Good afternoon. What a 24 hours it's been in Sheffield. For the first time in 16 years, Ronnie O'Sullivan has fallen at the first hurdle in the Betfred World Championship. Not since 2003 has the world #1 been muscled out in the opening round. And whilst nothing will ever erase memories of a fantastic record-breaking season for O'Sullivan, what will live long in our memories too is the performance of a young amateur to beat him yesterday.
Ronnie's race surely is run. Every credit to this young man, this pink, for an unbelievable victory. In it goes, and Ronnie O'Sullivan, the #1 player in the world, the greatest of all time, is out.
It's over. You don't need to tell.
Ronnie, people here are absolutely stunned, especially after the fantastic season you've had. At times there you look tired and out of sorts and as though you were struggling to stay awake. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm all right. I'm just feeling, all my limbs feel really heavy, legs, arms. I feel absolutely shattered, just drained really, I had no energy. I tried to hang in there, I tried to do as much as I could and just see if I could get through this match.
It's still sinking in, to be honest with you. It's the best win of my career so far, and against, one of my idols as well. That's, I can't describe the feeling.
Walk away.
I'm in shock. I'm in mourning. I am genuinely in mourning, yeah.
You watch him in the chair and he just looks so knackered. He just couldn't get a good run on the balls and whatnot, and it just wasn't his day, was it?
I cheered. Is that bad? I was very pleased for the young chap who got through. Not really that bothered with Ronnie O'Sullivan, unfortunately.
I know he might have had some sort of virus or stuff like that, but it doesn't stop your application or will to win. And in that first session, he didn't look like that at all. He was almost treating it like a sort of an exhibition match. And when you do that, no matter who you're playing, even if it is an amateur, and James Cahill is not just an ordinary amateur, he's a very capable player, then you can come unstuck, and sometimes the balls never forgive you, and that's exactly what happened.
Madness.
There's a reason why he hasn't won this now for, well, including this year, for 7 years. He obviously is not as comfortable at this event as he is at other ones.
I now doubt very much whether Ronnie O'Sullivan can win 8 titles, and I doubt very much if even to win 7 titles to draw with Stephen Hendry's on the cards.
I don't think James is an amateur. I think that's a bit of a strong thing. It's not as if he's just come from a club and thought, I'll play in the World Championship. He's been a pro, he still makes a living playing snooker. But you have to give credit to him. Fabulous performance.
The World Championship is notorious for upsets, and then the person that makes that upset then collapses in the next round. He's got a level head on his shoulders, so I think he'll approach that every round as it comes along, but it will be a different prospect against his next opponent.
Coming today, I just wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to, relish the moment, see what I was capable of, and, just get used to it, because hopefully, I'm only young, hopefully I've got another 20 years here.
Go, it's over, it's done. I can now just disappear and just have a holiday and just enjoy the rest of the tournament.
So obviously, Stephen, the papers are awash with the seismic shock of Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's out of this year's World Championship. What did you make of that?
I thought it was an incredible result. The favourite, the world #1. The way he's been playing this season, the way he played to win the Tour Championship about 3 weeks ago, I thought he's not in China, so he's got 2 or 3 weeks to really relax, prepare, put his practice in. I thought he was going to come at this championship in tremendous condition.
I mean, he's won 5 times this year. I just couldn't see that performance coming out of him yesterday.
No, absolutely. It was bizarre. Some of the shot selection was very strange. James Cahill, for the most of the match, was come to the table and had pots on. Ronnie O'Sullivan didn't really make it that difficult for him.
Now, as for James, he held himself together very well under the circumstances.
Very well. I thought he was magnificent. The black he potted to go 9-8, the clearance he made to win 10-8 was just incredible. To hold yourself under that scrutiny of knocking out the favourite, Ronnie O'Sullivan, was just magnificent.
Now, we don't want to see a situation of after the Lord Mayor's show. We've seen it before where someone's knocked out the big seed. He's knocked out the world #1. he's got to put a performance in the next round against Stephen Maguire.
Well, I mean, it's incredible. We've seen it over the years. When you lose to an underdog and then they go in the next round and lose, you know, you don't want to watch it. But he's beaten Mark Selby and Ding Zhuyi before and lost in the next round after beating both of them. What has he learned from that? The only thing I would say is, with those matches, he was put on an outside table after it, so it was a bit of an anticlimax. This tournament, you're right back into the lion's den, but tough match against Steve Maguire.
Oh, it certainly will be, and it was a brilliant performance from James Cahill yesterday.
Yes, it certainly was, John, and the favourite Ronnie O'Sullivan has gone, and that certainly changes the perspective of those who remain here in Sheffield. In fact, by the end of tonight's evening session, all 32 players who've qualified to be here will have had a hand on the match table. The now second favourite, Judd Trump, returned this morning with a big challenge to overcome, trailing 3-6 to Thailand Express Tepchaya. We'll catch up too with Barry Hawkins, who turned 40 yesterday. Another crucible chapter of his life begins today. Then live this afternoon, rescue plans at the ready for Northern Ireland's Mark Allen. He's 7-2 down to Zhou Yulong. Meanwhile, Kettering warrior Kyron Wilson prepares to face the last of the 7 debutants this year, Perthshire's Scott Donaldson. And there are games to be won and some laughs along the way too when Richard Osman opens his House of Frames today. Well, to paraphrase Oscar Wilde, that to lose one title favourite may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose 2 looks like carelessness, although I'm not sure whether James Cahill fans would agree with that. However, as for perhaps losing a second big name, there was a real danger of that this morning, because Masters champion Judd Trump was hoping to avoid following Ronnie through the exit door, and he found himself 3-6 down against Thepchaya Un-Nooh of Thailand, who looked very comfortable yesterday on his way to that lead. Will we have yet another stunning upset within 24 hours? Well, this morning Trump had fought back to within 1 frame at 6-7 by the interval, and he got on level terms thereafter at 7-all. So perhaps this one's going to the wire. This is frame 15. Thepchaya 31 points adrift, and it's Peter Ebdon and Dennis Taylor, the men on the commentary beat.
One. Thepchaya Un-Nooh, 1.
Yeah, didn't drop on the colour, but it was a great pot in the middle again. And he did have a cracking pot in the middle in the frame that he could have went 8-4 in front. This was the one he potted, a cracking red, hampered slightly, but he would normally pot that 9 out of 10 times. That would have put him 8-4 in front because there was enough there to win the frame.
Great shot. How's his luck? Needs the cue ball just to slow up to give him a nice angle on the screen. Big target to go into the pack of reds. Excellent shot with the rest.
Thought he was going to go straight into them, but he's played for the loose red.
4.
And it's worked out because he'll free the pink and the reds now. No. Can't afford to do that.
4.
Thepchaya has definitely lost his way at the moment, Ken.
Completely. Oh. Didn't cue that at all well.
One.
nicely on this red into the left centre. He can hold for the yellow, or if he's got a slight angle, he could go up for the pink, but maybe just try and hold the cue ball somewhere where the red is for the yellow.
Five.
Now one good positional shot, already a 31-point lead. One good positional shot down here near the reds. How's the pace? Looks pretty good. That bottom red of the 4 will pot.
7.
Needs to slow up. Yeah, played that beautifully, and he just, when screwing that red in, he just nudged into those 3 reds just to bring them into play. They were all tied up. Played that beautifully.
$11.
It's interesting, he's not playing for the pink there. He's taken any sort of risk out of the situation because he's guaranteed to be on yellow or green. He really does get into the ball, doesn't he, when he plays that type of shot.
15.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. He's 41 in front. Once again, headed
16.
up towards the both colours in blue of the blue pots. That'll be his choice this time. So a couple more pots and he's going to get himself in front.
It's been an excellent performance, hasn't it, Dennis? He's really got himself back in this match. Kept his concentration, his composure. As I said, he looked a little bit ragged at one stage, but he got a bit of help from his opponent and he duly obliged.
22.
Yeah, Tepchaya opened the door and Judd Trump has walked straight through it. $28. 29. $35.
It's going to be hard to stop now.
56.
Yeah, maybe not too much naughty snooker here because the last time he tried it, he nearly took a lump out of his tip when he jumped the ball.
Thank you. 43.
Lovely sound, isn't there, when the balls are going into the pocket, right into the back
46.
of the pocket, hitting the leather. Lovely crisp sound.
50.
Certainly getting on with it.
55. 61.
He's part of the black break of 68 from Judd Trump. And for the first time in this session, he's gone into the lead. He's 2 from home. He leads Tepchaya now by 8 frames to 7.
Well, Judd's already made a break of 1-4-1 earlier in this match, and that's his third half-century of the contest as well. And as Ken was saying, in front for the very first time since the opening frame, in fact. Can he push on from here? This is frame 16.
Didn't want the cannon on the yellow. That's every shot the snooker player hits when you play safe and you catch one of the bulk colours. What is he playing for here? Which colour is he playing for? Wow. I think he was expecting to get a little bit more screw on that, but even so, to pot that screw back that far was very good, but he was hoping to be a lot easier on the blue than this. And the red, a little bit of a distraction there. Very good from that position. Does the one next to the pink go? Because if it pots, the pink might go into the middle pocket, and all of a sudden it does. And he's on the pink. He wasn't expecting that. Chances there now.
He's just wondering, I'm potting this pink, will it respot on its own spot? And does the red just to the left of the spot, does that pot? We'll soon find out. If the pink spots, shouldn't be too much of a problem. You can pot the red and the pink will be available into the corner pocket. As long as this red is available into the middle, it looks like it is. So a chance now for Tepchoya just to get his little bit of confidence back. And it's a perfect opportunity, isn't it, Dennis? He doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball, just keep it under tight control around his pink spot area. Doesn't have to develop any reds.
Yeah, just keep his concentration, because he's missed a few where he's, I'm not saying he was rushing the shot, that's how he plays, but just give yourself that little bit of extra time.
$27. $28.
Played that nicely. Off 2 cushions.
$34. $35.
Doesn't have to
41.
go down for the black at all, just try and keep that cue ball close to the pink.
42.
For each red, be able to accumulate enough points. He's been kept cold in the last few frames, hasn't had a real good chance to get his cue arm going.
$49.
This has been pretty good so far.
$55. $56.
Close to the winning line of this frame.
And still under the 5 minutes for this effort.
61. '62.
Excellent shot. He does strike the ball. I mean, when he's in full flow, it's just the strike on the cue ball is just wonderful. That's the frame winner. Now,
68.
just try and keep going with this break.
69.
Be nice to make a century. Just keep your opponent in the chair. Also sends out a nice message. Okay, he's missed the black.
Un-Nooh, 69.
Judge Trump, will he come back? Yeah, he's going to come back, but Barn Snookers. Tapchaya has stopped the rod and leveled things up at 8 frames apiece.
He did exactly that. So the fastest player on the circuit, Tapchaya, perhaps steeled maybe by his first trophy win on the circuit earlier this season. He's not going away, and we now have ourselves a best of 3 into frame 17 then, and it's Trump 13 behind.
He'd never normally miss that type of shot, but it's just the circumstances. You know, he's Crucible Theatre World Championship. Just a little bit of a lapse in concentration there.
This looks very good indeed. Yeah, it's amazing what this Crucible Theatre can do to players. No other venue for snooker players in the world like it. You see it in all its glory. And every session packed as well, Dennis. Sold out since last year, of course.
That was unusual to get a red clean that he's not even playing.
I think sometimes when you see a little bit of chalk on a red, it just sort of, it's in your mind, even though you're not on the red itself, but it's just in the back of your mind. You just want to get it cleaned.
Yeah, funny enough, he's on it this time. So the red he's going to take is the one that he had cleaned.
11.
And I think, Ken, this is where the experience is going to tell here. Judd Trump's not going to make the elementary mistakes that his opponent has. Yeah, still shaking the head there.
Oh,
no, that was a kick. No, that was a kick. That wasn't
19.
Judd's fault there. That was horrendous, the contact he had there. Amazing. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it straightened up the red.
Well, that was very unfortunate. That red at the bottom of the bunch will pot into this bottom right hand corner pocket. That's the one he was just sizing up. There you see it. Oh, this is going in off. It's going in off. Oh.
Well, Judd Trump.
What else can happen in this match?
Well, we'll show you it again. I don't know whether he felt he got a heavy contact because he wasn't playing to cannon the reds. Might have just thrown it offline because he looks a little bit baffled there. He didn't have the ball cleaned after Judd had the kick, did he? I don't think. But I think that did get a slight heavy contact, and it caused him to cannon into the reds, which he didn't want to do.
Well, he's on the blue, but he would have loved to have been a little bit straighter on it. He's got to negotiate the cue ball through the gap. It wasn't the best shot. Okay, he may be on the red into the left centre, but
6.
no.
Judd Trump, 6.
It was the initial shot, Dennis, from the red up to the blue. Just wasn't in ideal position, and both players now are really feeling the pressure out there.
Well, this isn't the easiest shots he's looking at, a cutback from that position. That was very difficult indeed. Now, if this red is dead straight, he's got a slight angle, he can get out on the black from there, I feel. But even if it was straight, the cue power that this player possesses is something special. But
1.
had enough angle to not have to play a deep screw. So can he take full advantage of this second opportunity?
And once again, sort of decelerated slightly on that.
8.
Didn't push the cue through the way he wanted to. He's low on this red. Wanted to be almost straightening.
9.
Not ideal. That was a better shot, but again, wanted to have this red into the left centre. He's going to have to take it up into the top left-hand corner pocket. Well, he's decided to drop it into the middle, and just the pace alone has
16.
helped him pot that. Good shot. Having a look at the scoreboards, he's 37
21.
ahead, 59 remaining.
$22. $27. 28.
That puts the frame safe, so just going to need the one more frame to get himself into the second round.
35. $36. $43.
That's a couple of shots he's played right-handed, but the frame's safe, so no problem.
Wonderful.
And Zhao Un-Nooh had another chance there, let it slip by, and Judd Trump gets himself into the position where he leads 9-8 and just needs one more for a place in the second round.
Thank you. Frame 18. Zhao Un-Nooh to break.
Tepchaya breaks off. It looks pretty good. Hasn't left a possible pot for Judd Trump. Will Tepchaya get another chance in this match? Keep his hopes alive. Possible red to this bottom right hand corner pocket. Can he avoid the kiss on the red and the black? He couldn't avoid the kiss on the red, but it's worked out a treat. May finish. Well, he could finish high or low on the black, whichever. Probably high might be the best choice. Yeah, high on the black now. Lots of top spin and right hand side here. Gotta keep still on this shot. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is. Now just have a look at the cue ball here. Watch the cue ball.
I think, Ken, that's one of the best splits I've seen. From that angle to get right through the reds.
It was fantastic.
Thank you. 17.
Could have played that a little bit better.
$24. 25.
He's just a raw, natural talent, this
30.
player from Thailand. He's an absolute
41.
delight to watch. And he's got an angle here. There's a few loose reds, but he may decide to go into them again. This could really open the frame up. That'll do.
38.
Oh.
39.
That wasn't in the center of the pocket.
$46. 47.
This has been a brilliant break so far.
54. $55.
Getting very close to the winning line. This is where you really have to keep your composure and concentration now.
$62. $63.
Showing a terrific amount of character here, Tepchaya. Another ball wobbles in the pocket, a little bit of distraction in between frames, a big smile from Tepchaya there, bit of noise from the other table, and fortunately the black wriggled its way into the pocket. That's the frame safe.
Seven, two,
And
one.
he's wobbled another one. He's wobbling his way to victory in this frame. And it looks like we're going to have a decider.
It's been a fabulous break though, hasn't it, Dennis? I mean, under severe
17.
pressure. And from that opening red where he got a lovely kiss and on the red and the black. Oh, he's got another kick there.
Tip Zhao Un-Nooh, 7 to 8.
Well, I'm sure Judd Trump will come back to the table, but barring snookers, we're going to go to a final frame. And it's going to be 9 frames all.
And no snookers were forthcoming. So yes, the 4th final frame decider of this opening round so far. And Ding Junhui, no doubt watching it with great interest because he will play the winner of this.
We've already had 3, Ken. This is the 4th handshakes all around.
Yeah. Appreciation shown by the crowd.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 frame.
The deciding frame. Judd Trump
For
to
a
break.
place in the 2nd round. The last 16 of this year's Betfred World Championship. Needs a good break. Doesn't want to leave a chance of a red. And he's left a chance of a red. Oh, what a shot. He's hit it a bit high. He's not going to be on the yellow into the green pocket. When he's on the yellow into the center pocket. Cracking open in red.
Well, is he going to take this and force it around the table? A Judd Trump type shot. He certainly is. Look at this shot. What an effort.
That's incredible. I like that. I love the confidence of the player to take that shot on. It's such a poignant moment in the match, Dennis.
That's why the crowd love this Thai player. And what a chance he's given himself. There's still another. Let's have a look. There's 5 reds that are available. And 1 or 2 of them will clear each other's path.
$17.
Yeah. The red just above this red to the left will pot into this right-hand corner pocket. And he needs a nice angle. Doesn't have to go into the bunch of reds here. He's played it very well, Dennis. This is the big shot.
Is this ever a big shot coming up? Because he's going to scatter the reds here. If he pulls this off, what a chance. Wow. Didn't have to hit them quite that hard. I'm surprised he hit them so hard. He's not on a colour. Didn't have to hit them as hard as this.
Jumped the ball, didn't he? Across the reds. Would have loved another contact on any ball there. Would have slowed the cue ball down. And what is he looking at? Is he going to take the yellow one? If he takes the yellow one, the cue ball, if he takes the yellow one into the top right-hand corner pocket, the cue ball will be going very close to the center pocket. So maybe Wise just playing a safety shot here.
Tip Zhao Un-Nooh, 26.
Yeah, 26-point lead, but he's so disappointed.
Surely not a plant. Surely he hasn't left Judd Trump a plant. Are those 2 reds in line for the left corner? And they're going to the left of the pocket as we look at it. But it could be made into a plant if you hit the first red on the other side. He's looking at it again. It's the opposite side to you think. That will squeeze the second red into the pocket. he could make this.
What a decision to have to make.
Can't afford to leave it for his opponent, though. He's played a back double. And he's got a back double. Well, that is amazing to drop on the blue like that, but what a shot he took on there.
Oh, that was fantastic. Took the initiative. Took the chance of the cross double.
6.
Well, it's worked out perfectly on the blue. Now, what an opportunity for Judd Trump.
7.
Come up a little bit short on this one.
14.
He's got the one near the middle pocket that he's going to have a look at now. Back, looking at the one. Middle's the choice.
15.
Well, what a match these two players, two left-handers, two of the best potters in the game. That last shot where he just seemed to hit it too hard when he went through the reds could be costly, but having said that, for Judd Trump to pull off the double that he did was unbelievable.
20. $21.
I have a choice of two reds, the one directly above the black or the one just below the black to the right. Needs to go with the cue ball again, once again a little bit short.
28. $29.
Oh, he's pushed that red towards the other two. There might still be one of those available. He's going to need them. Left a nice little angle here, so just those little triangle of reds now, how he negotiates them. Well, he's got the perfect angle, and one of the reds might pot, but if he gets the correct cannon, if he plays it, the match could be there for the taking. And he's played it perfectly. Absolutely spot on.
Beautiful, delicate, and
45.
Perfect.
Will he get another chance? It's not looking like it at the moment. Just steadying himself, making sure in his mind how he's going to go about clearing these, and that picture tells a story.
Yeah, you can't look, unfortunately.
He was unlucky.
He was very unlucky, wasn't he?
He went into the bunch but hit it far too hard and
52.
ran out of position.
Very unfortunate. Can't seem to look, and Judd Trump just a couple of pots away now. Oh, he's let the cue ball go. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe a bit of life left in this match just yet. All he had to do was hold the cue ball, stop it dead. He's let it go.
Well, surely not another twist to this fabulous match we've witnessed.
What does he do here, Dennis? Does he take the blue on? Does he try and put a colour safe? He's got a 27-point lead.
Yellow ball. Judge Trump, 53.
Made sure that he got the yellow safe. He hasn't covered this red. Will Tipchaya Un-Nooh get another chance?
Got to try and get the cue ball down behind the black here. Send the red up into balk. Oh, this looks pretty good. Yeah, excellent shot. And now Tipchaya in big trouble here.
One mistake here, and it could be his last. How to hit a red and leave things safe. It's very difficult because he's so close to the cushion. To go off the balk cushion with side, it's difficult to get the side onto the cue ball because it's tight on the cushion here. Going to need a little bit of good fortune if he can hit a red and knock it safe. He's in a terrible position here.
I'm just wondering, Dennis, if you can play it off this left-hand side cushion, try and hit the... Oh!
No, don't lose on a miscue. No.
Miss.
That is incredible.
Trump 4.
What a way to
Settle
go
down,
out of
please.
this year's
Thank you.
Betfred World Championship. Not with a miscue, surely.
One.
Such a shame. That may be his last shot in this year's World Championship.
But every credit to Judd Trump. It looked as if he was going to fall 8-4 behind.
4.
Tipchaya let him off the hook, but he'd be mightily relieved, Judd Trump, because he was up against an opponent that put him through the ringer.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely fabulous match from both players. Very unlucky for Tipchaya, but fantastic performance for Judd Trump.
Judd Trump.
Well, barring lots of snookers, Judd Trump has got himself into the second round, but only just by 10 frames to 9.
Well, Tipchaya kept plugging away for a little while after that, but to no avail, and having been 3-6 down, Judd won 7 of the 10 today to book a date with Ding Junhui in the second round. He came through a final frame decider last year as well against Chris Waitland. So it's something he's used to, and Tipchaya's tilt at another Crucible appearance will have to wait. Still not got across the line at this wonderful venue, but he certainly gave it a good go today, and he certainly made this man, Judd Trump, sweat a bit. That was a bit of a workout, Judd. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I think when the draw came out, I knew it was going to be a tough game. It was one that I was excited for, though, and I think I just made too many easy mistakes early on and gave him a bit of confidence. And today I just tried to rein it in a little bit, play a little bit more safety, and how I have done sort of the whole season, really.
You had a great break, 1-4-1 yesterday, and we thought you were on your way. But I just wonder how concerned you were last night, having to bed down at 3-6 behind, knowing that he was so comfortable yesterday.
Yeah, I think he looked very comfortable. I kind of just let him into the game rather than making him work for his chances. And today, I think I did that early on again. And towards the end, I was able just sort of to cut that out, make him work for his chances. And he missed a few today. I could see he was under pressure a little bit, and that gave me a bit of confidence.
Actually, guys, we were talking about this yesterday, saying it would be interesting to see how you'd actually go about this, because it could have just been one massive pot fest, or would you use your very, very good safety skills to try and slow him up? It was a difficult choice.
I was going to actually ask you, because you intimidate everyone you play, but did you feel just a little bit intimidated by him, the way he plays? Because he's the only one that's faster than you, and he probably goes for more pots than you.
Yeah, it kind of plays how I used to play. I think it doesn't think at all. I think he sees his first shot and just goes for it straight away without thinking. So it does put you under pressure when someone's that attacking. But for me, I was caught in two minds. I was sort of trying to play a different game to my normal game. I was trying to out-attack him yesterday.
The way you've been playing this season to win these titles.
Yeah, exactly. I think I was caught in two minds, and rather than going out and playing the balls, I was sort of playing the player, and I was sort of just getting caught up in that and making too many easy mistakes.
The good thing about it is it's just all you need in the first round is a W. You just need a win, don't you? And then you can relax now and come back. As you said yourself before, a different man.
Yeah, I think it's so pleasing to get through that. I think I had a tough one here last year and sort of managed to pick up my game last year a little bit. I ended up losing a close one to John Higgins, but I sort of played my way into the tournament. So it's obviously you don't want to be peaking in the first round, and I think I can go away. I've got a couple of days off now to practice and get my game right for Ding Junhui.
Stay with us a minute, Judd, but we will hear from the gallant Thai, Tip Chaya, who's been speaking to Rob Walker about his defeat in that final frame decider.
Tip Chaya, unlucky. You were so close to what would have been one of the biggest wins of your career. It was a thrilling match.
I feel gutted about the last frame. I had the first chance to make the break. It's quite unlucky. I pot the red, open the pack, the white near the cushion, no color to play, and I play safe and just play very, very well on the red. He played double, and the white ball in the blue can pot the blue, and he made a 50 break, and I have no chance for the last frame.
But you've conducted yourself brilliantly here. You were so confident after the qualifiers. You played well on your debut at the Crucible, and you've played well again here. Does it give you any consolation as to how close you've come and the fact that you've shown what an entertaining, imaginative player you are?
Last year, first time to play the Crucible, I was really nervous and many pressure. This year I had the experience from the last year. I think play better than last year, and only 3 players I don't want to play. Only Judd, Ronnie, and Neil Robertson, but I got one of them. Always the top draw when I was qualified to the Crucible Theatre. I'm looking for the next year and the next season.
You have had a good year. You won the shootout. The commentators were really complimentary about your game, and I think there's a whole lot of people who've just watched that match in the Crucible who would be very, very happy to pay money to watch you next season. Unlucky. We'll see you in the next campaign. There'll be other days for you.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm sure they will. I think we'd all agree with Rob, because he is a fantastically entertaining player to watch. But it's this man, it's Judd, who marches on into the second round. And Judd, you come here as the reigning Masters champion, and that must be a real fillip for you coming in here after a season in which you've won 3 titles for the first time in your career. Do you feel better equipped for a run at this time than you have over the last 10 years or so?
I think it's easy to say every single year I feel better and better. I've got more chance of winning it, but I think the standard is obviously so high. I think you've got a lot of top players playing well. I've had a good season, and I'm still sort of down in number 8 seed, so still not good enough. I think it's just, for me, obviously, it's never going to be good enough until I win the world title. I think it's always going to be sort of an underachievement. I think the potential is there, but I think obviously you see the standard. You've got John Higgins, Mark Selby, Neil Robertson still in the event. You know it's not going to be easy, but this is sort of why I've got into snooker, and this is kind of the situation I need to thrive in.
I can make you go close. Go home and watch the Masters performance and play like you did in the Masters, because that's as good as I've seen you play. All-round game there was brilliant. Your safety play was excellent all that week. And if you play to that level, you will go close.
And interestingly, John, obviously that victory over Ronnie in the Masters final was clearly going to be important for you, but a lot of people looked at that draw and saw a potential line-up with Ronnie in a quarter-final, and obviously you were very well aware as you went out to play yesterday that Ronnie was bang under it. In fact, he was going out. What was your reaction, and what do you think the reaction of the other players has been to the exit at such an early stage of the number one?
I think for me, in a way, I was a little bit disappointed that he went out, because I always enjoy playing him. I think you're going to get people say that, oh, you wanted him to go out, but deep down, I probably didn't. I sort of, when the top players go out, I seem to lose early on as well. So I think for me, I'd have rather him still been in the tournament and something to aim for. I think it would be a dream to sort of knock him out on the way to winning the world title, but I think for me, I wasn't that surprised that he did lose. I think from what I've seen of James KO, I think, for me, no exaggeration, I think his cue action is up there with anyone I've ever seen. I think he's so smooth. I think he really believes in himself. I think, obviously, if he cut out those easy balls he missed, he would have won probably very comfortably yesterday.
You said in an interview before you prefer to go under the radar. Now you're second. Now you're joint favourite. So what are you thinking now? Are you enjoying it or not? You'd rather be under, or is that why you want Ronnie to stay in? So then you'd be under the radar.
I kind of play my best when I've got a point to prove. I think. But obviously, someday you're going to have to grow up.
You've got a point to prove now.
Yeah. Oh, I should be favourite. Someday you've got to grow up and grow into those shoes. And I think, obviously, Ronnie's dealt with that kind of pressure for the last 20 years. So I think I'm old enough now, mature enough to sort of be able to deal with that.
Yeah, so early nights, you got 2 days off. Early nights, no clubbing, no flying to Dubai or going to Rome.
Never.
Got a tournament to win.
John, well played today. That was a difficult one, and you're through, and you're going to play Deng on Saturday, so get some rest. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it. Okay. Well, it's time to catch up with some of our guests in the Q Zone today. Every year we have Disability Day here, and we have Qists who've come to showcase their skills as snooker and other Q sports try to get themselves into both the Olympics and the Paralympics. The campaign continues, and we're delighted to have some of these Qists with us today. We're also delighted to have Radzi, who is part of our presentation team this year. Absolutely stellar to have you with us. Hi, Rad.
Thank you, Hazel. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm joined by Simon Beresford, the Vice Chairman of World Disability Snooker and Billiards. Simon, today's a very important day.
It's a huge day for World Disability Billiards and Snooker. One time a year, every year for one day, we get to take over the World Championships at Sheffield, take over Winter Gardens and showcase what we have on to offer, showcase what we're all about, what players can come and do and get involved.
And today is Disability Day.
Yeah, today's Disability Day. It's all about disabilities. We've got players that have come over from Belgium that have come and played. We're doing an event in Bruges over there. We've got players in the UK that have come along. They come on, they're showing that they can play snooker and that they enjoy the game.
I have to say, I'm chuffed about this because the first ever frame I played of snooker was with my granddad, who lost his leg in the Second World War, so I know he would have loved this. But behind us here, we have Steve. Steve's got a very special pair of glasses. What's he got?
Yeah, so what we've got today is the first time I've ever used these this year. These are blind simulation glasses. We've got a few different sets. This particular set is to simulate tunnel vision, which is very, very difficult for a player. It's hard enough with 2 eyes for a normal player to be able to play with 2 eyes. So Steve's going to demonstrate for us how difficult it is to play a shot.
Now, just to be clear, Steve has a highest break of over 100. He's a coach, he's a legitimate player in his own right. And I had to go on these earlier. It's so disorientating. It's difficult to know whether to focus on the cue ball, the object ball, or indeed the pocket. And again, he's lining this up, focusing like Peter Ebdon. And let's see how close he can get to the centre pocket. There's a lot of pressure on this. The audience are behind him. The crowd are there. You see, that just goes to show how difficult it is. And that's just one of the many disabilities that we're sort of celebrating today.
It's very difficult, as Steve's demonstrated. We've got disabilities ranging from wheelchair players, we've got players with hearing issues, we've got deaf players, visual players, we've got players with learning disabilities. They all have different challenges. But the main thing is, they come to us, we've got some very, very good players. We've got some players that are knocking 80, 90, very close to 100 breaks. We've got some players that really struggle, they can't put 2 or 3 balls in a row. But the main thing is, they all come along and they enjoy this wonderful game.
So it's all about inclusion and just getting stuck in?
Absolutely, it's all about inclusivity, coming along to our events, enjoying yourself, meeting friends and growing the game.
At the other end of the spectrum, there are also some fantastic players, as you mentioned. You're giving out an award today.
Yeah, for the first time ever this year, we've done the WDBS Player of the Season Award, which is named in honour of Vic Hartley, one of our referees who unfortunately passed away very recently. So this is the first year I've ever done it. We made a nomination for every single classification, so we had 8 potential winners, and we're very proud to say that our winner was Daniel Lee, one of our wheelchair players.
Well, he is a fantastic player. Congratulations to him. Thank you for your time, Simon. And we'll let these guys here have a go on the table because it's a fantastic day. Hazel, it's back to you.
It sure is. Thanks, Radzi. And we'll be going back and forward to speak to some of these players and indeed to showcase some of the skills. They are some amazing players with us today. But it is time to ask you a little bit of a quiz question now. Which player would you say has won more matches in the last 5 years at the Crucible than anyone else? Quick think. I'll count you down. The correct answer is Barry Hawkins. He has been the most consistent player. In 2013 he reached the final and he's been in 4 semi-finals and a quarter-final since then. He has, to quote John Parrott, got crucibility. And the hardy annual of this championship was back this morning trying to get his latest campaign underway, and he did so against the highest ranked of the 4 Chinese Crucible new boys, Li Hang, who's currently 28th in the world. And the Oak was not hanging about this morning. As we join him, he'd raced into a 5-0 lead with 2 80s and a 70 break so far. This is frame 6 now, and Li Hang has a chance at last in this one. He's only 2 points behind, and it's Alan McManus and John Virgo on parade.
This looks good. Got to be a little bit careful here, Barry. Playing this brown up and down, he doesn't get the double kiss. And he did get the double kiss. But as he had a right result here, he has lucky not to leave the brown to the middle.
The disappointment there for all to see is a half chance now. You'd expect him to finish in the blue in some shape or form. Should he pot the brown? Just whether he wants to play it just 2 cushions or maybe even in and out of bulk. Probably just the 2 cushions. Maybe even somewhere around the back of the blue. Just want to give this a firm strike. Oh, good shot. Oh, that, I tell you what, that is maybe the best shot he's played at this match so far, and he's played a lot of them. Very clever. Drift past it, top side. Blue and pink needed.
Well, there's a surprise.
Barry Hawkins, 4.
He's missed a couple in the middle this morning. Could that be a big miss? Nice shot on the blue. He still needs pink and black.
5.
May have to stun in and out of the balk end here. Just rolling the pink in, it takes him further away from the black than he would like. So in and out, always got into it too much. But he's still got the run and he's coming closer and closer to the black.
11.
It's not exactly as you see a puff of the cheeks using the rest, but this black to get his first frame on the board. And this could hurt Barry Hawkins. No. And what's worse, he's missed it and he's left it.
Li Hang, 11.
So that will be a mighty relief. Barry Hawkins, he missed the easier chance when he missed the blue to the middle. But Li Hang cannot punish him in any way, shape or form.
Be
They
quiet
played
as possible,
6.
please.
Barry Hawkins has won them all.
Yeah, a bit of a runaway opening session this, a la Neil Robertson, Sean Murphy and Stuart Bingham. But we know what happened to Stuart Bingham. He was taken all the way by Graham Dott last night. Does this man, Li Hang, have it in him to do something similar as we head into frame 7?
Well, that double was frustration. That's all that was. Really can't be playing that shot, not leaving the red.
One. Eight. Nine.
That was a better shot than it looked to get straight. And this black. Big shot coming up then. The Barry Hawkins savvy will play this the correct way. I'll play it virtually dead weight
16.
to give it every chance of going in. You have to just sometimes accept. You've got to put all your eggs in one basket playing this type of shot. If you're going to play it, you've got to take the pace off it. Fabulous shot.
17.
Not just a fabulous shot, just the thinking behind it. The acceptance that, okay, there's pressure in this, but give it every chance. 21, the lead. Red in addition. And it'll be 7th heaven. Barry Hawkins. Frame ball coming up.
Well, he's had his chances once again, Li Hang, but has not been able to make the most of any of them. It's becoming a crucible nightmare at the moment for the young man. Played 7, lost 7.
$30. $33. $37. $42. $48.
Coolness personified from Barry Hawkins. Tidy little clearance, and he moves further ahead. It's 7-0.
So 8-1 in the end. That's how that session finished. Pretty emphatic stuff. And I wonder, is Lee Han capable of doing what Dottie did last night against Stuart Bingham when they come back this evening? Let's garner opinion on that from John and Stephen. What do you reckon?
Highly unlikely. Unfortunately, there's certain players you don't want to be. I mean, look, who wants to be 8-1 behind to anyone? But to Barry Hawkins, who plays percentage snooker to the highest level, no is the answer to that one. I don't think there's any comeback from that.
Quick word about that match last night. If you didn't see it, Dot was 8-1 behind, came back, forced a final frame decider and lost it in the decider. Sorry, Graham. But extraordinary match. You were commentating.
Yeah, 8-1 and 9-4 behind. The way he came out last night, 8-1 behind, his attitude was just magnificent. Say, can Lee Han do that? I don't think there's not many players have got it within themselves to still have that attitude. He came out in an 8-2, 8-3 down. If you walked into that arena and didn't know the score, you wouldn't know which player was ahead. Amazing. His attitude was magnificent.
It was amazing. I have to say, if you could bottle what Dottie's got, you'd be a very rich person.
At the same time, I think I'd sooner lost 10-2. To go all that way through the end.
I know what you're saying.
You're going over 4 o'clock in the morning to a service station on the way back to Scotland.
I hope Elaine's wife has got some really good chores from over the summer because he's going to be like a bear with a sore head until the snooker season starts again. But well done, Dottie. What an effort. Now, this World Championship has many, many high-profile followers and supporters, and some of them have helped us out in our transmissions over the years. Do you remember Stephen Fry's QI series? And we've had Richard Osman's Potless quiz. Well, the big fella is back again with an even more fiendish offering this year. Yes, it's Richard Osman's House of Frames. Get it?
Hello there, I'm Richard Osman. Welcome to a brand new quiz show, especially for snooker fans. You've heard of Richard Osman's House of Games. This is Richard Osman's House of Frames. Now, normally on House of Games, I play with 4 celebrities. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. Shall we meet our players? They are John Parrott, Sean Murphy, Ken Doherty and Steve Davis. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, for coming and joining us. I love the fact that no one has any idea what's going to happen at all.
No clue.
I will say, I'm not saying you're a competitive man, but just before we started, John said, I'm not playing with a red buzzer, and so he had to swap buzzers with Sean. Was that right?
Once an Evertonian, always an Evertonian.
Sean, now, you're a good quizzer, surely.
I really like to think so, but it turns out I'm not.
But this is just about snooker, so surely you're going to be amazing.
I mean, listen, based on this season's performance so far...
You might as well go now. See you later.
Thank you. That's former professional snooker player Sean Murphy there. Thank you. Ken, now, at the end of 5 rounds, someone is going to win the incredible House of Frames trophy. Okay. But also we have daily prizes as well, just like on the normal House of Games. And your prizes today, you can choose between a book of snooker poetry, a Dennis Taylor face mask, and a snooker chef's apron. So 3 great prizes. Ken, if you were to win, what do you think you'd go for?
I don't know. Well, I definitely don't want a Dennis Taylor face mask, that's for sure.
I don't know why you've stolen his act.
So I'll probably go for, I don't know, maybe the book of poetry.
That's lovely. There's some lovely stuff. I was just reading one about you, JP. And
oh, no, what's it said?
Oh, no, it's very nice.
Oh, good.
Yeah, don't you worry about that. I think for legal reasons we're not allowed to read stuff out, but honestly, it's terrific stuff.
Can't be that easy to write.
Carrot?
What rhymes with carrot?
Last but not least, Mr. Steve Davis. Welcome along, sir.
Yes.
Now, you're the one that there's been kidology before we started even. Everyone's saying, me, I can't quiz. I'm a terrible quizzer. I can't remember anything. I've got no concentration. And you've been chief amongst the culprits there, I think. You can see how he won so much, can't you?
It's unbelievable.
Just he beats you before you've even started. Look at that innocent face.
Look at that.
If it was on soul music and labels that certain artists were on, I might have a chance. But on actual snooker information, I think Alan McManus, who's not here, is the one.
Oh, he'll be playing soon. Don't you worry about that.
We've already given him the book of poetry.
I'm gonna call this the easier half of the draw. No disrespect.
The one where all the seeds have gone out.
Pretty much. We are very much seedless.
Like the way he said no disrespect.
If anyone ever says no disrespect, you know that's disrespectful. This is how it's going to work, gents. We're going to play 5 rounds. Okay, you score points in each of those rounds. At the end of the 5 rounds, one of you is the House of Frames champion. Okay, I don't know what rounds are coming up. You don't know what rounds are coming up. I don't know the answers. I suspect you won't know a lot of them either. Of course you will. Of course you will. It's all snooker related. Everybody ready? Everyone ready at home? Everyone ready in the studio?
Yeah.
Okay. Our first round today is...
Molly's just making a cup of tea at number 38 down the road in...
Do you see what I mean? We're all ready. Everyone was here.
Everyone ready to the camera. You just asked everybody at home if they're ready.
Yeah, I was asking.
Somebody just walked out for a... Just gone for a wee.
I was asking them. I wasn't asking you. Okay. You answer for yourself. Molly can answer for herself. I know what's going on at home. Let's know how these things work. Shall we play our first round, gents?
Yeah.
Our first round today on the House of Frames is... Rhyme time. Rhyme time, nice and easy. I'm going to read you out 2 questions, okay? One of them will be snooker related. The answers to them rhyme with each other, okay? As soon as you've got both answers, buzz in and give me the answers, okay?
Okay.
Fingers on buzzers, everybody. Davis last to the buzzer as always. Like Usain Bolt, he's always last down to the blocks, isn't he? English winner of 2019 Masters Snooker, an event for which Carl Lewis won 4 Olympic gold medals. The answers rhyme with each other.
English winner.
That is JP.
Trump and jump.
I need a little bit more.
Long jump.
Judd Trump long jump is the right answer. Well played. See how easy it is? Judd Trump long jump.
I didn't even know the 2019 Masters.
Do you know what, Steve? We worked that out. Here's your next question. Snooker name of player John Parrott and singer who had a 1979 hit with I Will Survive. That is Ken Doherty.
The Entertainer, isn't it? And I Will Survive. Is it Gloria? What's her name?
They rhyme. I'll give you that.
Of course, yeah. Gaynor. Gloria Gaynor.
The Entertainer, Gloria Gaynor.
Thank you.
How did I not get that?
I mean, I'm glad you said it.
How are you the Entertainer? How is your
Who you ever entertained?
What sort of nickname?
I'm pleased you said that.
Let's take a look at your next question. Who is this? And what is that? That is John.
Jun-Wei and iced tea.
It is Ding Junhui, Long Island iced tea. Well played. He's good at rhyming stuff.
He knows his drinks. He knows his drinks, Johnny.
Doesn't he just? Well done if you said that at home. Ding Junhui, Long Island iced
Molly.
tea. Next.
Well done, Molly. She's back.
Bold people. English snooker player who won 10 World Championship titles in a row from 2005 to 2014. Sport that was added to the 2016 Olympics.
Hang on. What's it?
You got that one at home? Having trouble in the studio here.
Jesus.
Who won 10 World Championship titles in a row?
Leanne Evans.
Yeah.
And...
Got that bit, but I couldn't think of it.
I like that you buzz in just with one of these.
Yeah.
It shows it
Do I
shows
get half a
confidence.
point for that?
No.
Okay.
No, you don't, I'm afraid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be rhyme
Just
time.
wanted to try.
It would just be time. So, Rhiannon Evans, JP.
Rhiannon Evans, rugby sevens.
Rhiannon Evans, rugby sevens.
Had you finished your answer? Had you just paused? Because that's how it felt to me.
Next 2 questions. What do you think the answers are here? Don't forget they rhyme with each other. Snooker-themed game show hosted by Jim Davidson and a guy called John Virgo. And what is this song? Sean Murphy joins the game.
Big Break and Milkshake.
Big Break and Milkshake?
Oh, he's got it.
Absolutely right, Sean Murphy. Well played.
Very good.
Let me see. Everyone is off the mark. Oh, hold on. I'm being told.
You want to go and help Molly make that tea? Wait till we come to the soul questions. Labels.
I'm just pleased to know does not know it was milkshake. That's all. Delighted to not know the answer.
Do you think a man working in the music industry would have got that?
Yeah. You think a renowned DJ.
I'm only sweeping up.
Here's your next question.
Okay, good shout.
Well played, Sean. Snooker player nicknamed the Hurricane and winner of the 2012 Tour de France. That is Sean.
Alex Higgins and Bradley Wiggins.
Alex Higgins, Bradley Wiggins. Well played, Sean. It's coming back at you, John.
I know. I thought I was there, but I won't give out.
Steward's inquiry.
The red shows up more than green.
You remember those two, Steve? Alex Higgins, Bradley Wiggins?
Yeah.
And yet... And yet no press. I said, and yet no...
I did press.
It's reaction time.
Is the buzzer broken?
Yeah, but I mean...
Oh, let's have a look. Let's see if... Hold on, yeah, we should probably check. Let's check if Steve's buzzer is broken.
It should go.
It seems that it's not.
I'm just slower than both of those two on the screen there.
Steve, there are plenty of rounds to come, I promise you. Next question. These two answers rhyme, but what are they? A shot with backspin but no side spin, played with the cue almost vertical, and first name of the son of Julio Iglesias. That is John.
Oh, what's his name?
Again, this thing...
No, sorry, Don.
John is out. Anybody else? Who can tell me the answer to the first one? Have you got this one at home?
Backspin, but no spice.
Do you know the first bit, John?
I will. Well, I get the first bit when I get the second bit.
So, hold on. You buzzed in without knowing either of the answers.
Well, you've got to be quick here.
Yeah, you're quite right.
He's a scouser, after all.
A shot with backspin, but no side spin. Played with the cue, almost.
You know, one of those shots where you do the little... You spin it round.
Just can't think of a name. Oh, what's his name? What's his name?
Got Ken.
Massey and Enrique.
Oh. Do they rhyme? Oh, suddenly the world went yellow.
There we go. I didn't know Enrique, but Piqué is a peak.
So Piqué and Enrique, is that right?
Oh, you see.
Thanks. Oh, that's
it is Piqué and Enrique.
I was
well done.
I was away.
That was worth waiting for.
I wouldn't have got that.
For that.
Yeah, with help from Ken.
Piqué.
That is the end of our first round. Thank you so much. Everybody got on the leaderboard, which is rather lovely. So the scores at the end of the first round: Steve and Ken, you have 1 point each. Sean, you have 2 points. Our early leader, John Parrott, 3 points.
Well, it won't last.
Well played, John.
Thank you.
So that's one round down on House of Frames, and our early leader is Mr. John Parrott. Can he hold on, though, and win the House of Frames trophy? Join us tomorrow. See part 2.
Oh, stuff the book of poetry. What about the apron? That's worth going for, surely.
Well, I can't divulge.
Oh, no, of course, yes.
Oh.
Fascinating. But more laughs to be had with Richard over the next 10 days. You're involved at some point, Mr. Henry, aren't
Yes,
you?
I'm in the second series.
OK, second.
Don't watch.
He's in the tougher half of the draw.
What? There's a few tough questions in there. All right. And now the serious business begins for Mark Allen, former Masters champion last year, you may remember. Had a really, really positive start to the season as well, with wins both in China and in Glasgow, and a run to the UK Championship final where he lost to Ronnie O'Sullivan. So all was going swimmingly. Second half of his season has not been quite as full of highlights, but he found himself something of a spectator last night in his opening session against China's jumping dragon, Zhao Yulong.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Zhao Yulong to take the opening frame, and what a steal.
35 in the first frame. Yulong.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
That's very good. Very good indeed. It's very difficult cueing. Oh, that's an excellent shot. Well played.
Zhao, knock it in. Well played. Very, very good indeed. Excellent cue ball control. Here it goes. Big shot. Brilliant pop. A brilliant long rep from Mark Allen, and what a clearance that was. It's now 5-1 to Zhao Yulong. Wow.
What a shot. Maybe a shake of the hands, and what a fantastic session it's been for Zhao Yulong. Who'd have thought of this scoreline? He's dominated the session, and he leads Mark Allen overnight by 7 frames to 2. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. And Zhao Yulong and Mark Allen getting ready to come out here for the second deciding session. There is Zhao Yulong. Both of these guys actually coached by Terry Griffiths, the Welshman who won here 40 years ago. And Kyron Wilson, a runner-up to Mark Allen at the Masters last year. There he is, just making himself comfortable going in towards this new Crucible campaign. And Scott Donaldson is the 5th of the Scottish fraternity who's going to be playing him, a rookie. And just in the corner there you can see Mark Allen just composing himself before he goes out. So players are standing by, and so too is MC Rob Walker for our live play.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This year's incredible edition of the Betfred World Snooker Championship just keeps delivering top quality drama day after day. We've had another 10-9 thriller, Judd Trump surviving the onslaught of Tepchire Un-Nooh. We've got just 4 places left in this year's second round. The only thing you can say with any certainty is that this place is the best place in the world for watching live snooker. Please welcome, first of all, a proud Scot who survived 3 brutal matches at the qualifiers to book this, his long-awaited Crucible debut. His 10-9 thriller against Lu Ning will long linger in his memory. He's had a superb season, reaching 2 ranking event semi-finals, the Paul Hunter Classic and the China Open. This is one of the biggest moments of his life. So come on, Yorkshire, let's give it the big one for Scott Donaldson. And his opponent, back for a 5th Crucible campaign after his fine run to the semis 12 months ago. He too has had a brilliant season, reaching 4 big finals, winning 3 major titles, including the German Masters. He's a player who has come of age in the last couple of years, and he too is poised and ready for a huge afternoon here at the Crucible, because he's Kyron the Warrior Wilson. And on table 2, welcome back a player who started brilliantly yesterday on his 2nd visit to the Crucible. 6 consecutive breaks over 50, including a century, have got him within 3 frames of a huge victory. This is a big opportunity for China's former World Cup winner and European Masters semi-finalist. He's Zhao Yulong. And finally, one of the most exciting break builders in the modern game. From 5-0 down yesterday, he has given himself a toehold in this match, and he will be determined for a very, very quick start this afternoon. Winner, let's not forget, of this season's International Championship and Scottish Open. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the pride of Northern Ireland. Here comes Mark the Pistol Allen.
at the opening frames on table 1 between Wilson and proud Scott Donaldson. Great moment for him. That's on the red button and online. But right now, the world number 6, Mark Allen, has only 10 frames in which to revive his crucible ambitions for this year. Yulong is only 3 away from his very first win here. So, Steve Davis, John Virgil, you're ready for anything. Afternoon, fellas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Hazel. Good afternoon,
Mark
everybody.
Allen's a break.
And yes, very surprising scoreline after the first session. As Mark Allen gets his second session underway. I was on the Graham Dott Stuart Bingham game last night when it was 8-1 to Stuart Bingham at the start, and you think, well, there's no way back, but Graham Dott did it. But I was with Stephen Hendry last night, and as we said, all you can do is just take one frame at a time, one pot at a time, can't you?
Yes, that's right. No 2 frames of snooker are the same. Likewise for sessions of snooker, so Mark Allen hoping for a different pattern this afternoon.
In the camera. Yeah. The moving in the camera box,
Zhao just saying to the referee that just something distracted him. But that pot success that we just had a glimpse of Mark Allen, I always say you've got to be 90% or above to win matches at the highest level. I mean, Zhao's not perfect, but 76% Mark Allen, that's unbelievable for a player of his class. But Zhao sitting comfortably at the moment, but he'll be taking nothing for granted. He knows how good a player Mark Allen is. I know it might seem a strange thing to say, Steve, with it being the World Championship in the Crucible, but is he up for the battle, Mark Allen?
I'd be surprised if he wasn't. I mean, it's sometimes tough to find the resolve needed if you go behind. I suppose you could argue it's easier to throw the towel in here than anywhere else, but not Mark Allen. He's experienced enough to know that today may be a different day. And of course, we never know with a new player to our TV screens what he's like when he gets close to the finishing line. Not done bad to get here, though.
Now the first frame of this match was a long drawn out affair, took over an hour, but he managed to win it on the black. The second frame got to its 53rd minute, so it was a real pedestrian start, which probably wouldn't suit Mark Allen, but give time for Zhao to settle into the surroundings. And then of course he went on a 3-frame run where he made breaks of 66, 54, 101.
He's got a really tough shot here. Maybe the only shot he's got is to try and play the cue ball into the jaws of the black pocket on the left.
And that's his intention.
Foul.
And he's run through
Mark Allen
enough,
full.
which is better than it rattling and staying at this end of the table. Although it probably would have been safe enough anyway. I remember having a conversation with somebody who was on the World Snooker Rules Committee at the time, and I said, "Oh, the misrule seems a bit harsh," and it was explained to me that you shouldn't have any advantage from playing a foul shot. What about the enough? The way they're having to replace balls, imagine if they start replacing balls if someone goes enough.
Well, if the referee considers that the players deliberately tried to go in off, of course, that's another story.
Yep. Applause for the safety. It's not bad. It's not great because he's not found the baulk cushion. Well, maybe eyeing up this pot. The black's not available, so I'll be playing a deep screw. Makes the pot harder. Now, where's the red going to land?
Can you be quiet with the sweet wrappers, please?
It's come down the table with the cue ball. Not the easiest of chance, but a chance.
He struck that well as well.
One.
Excellent shot from Mark Allen. He's desperate to win this first frame. Even though every frame of snooker is important, some seem to have more significance. Certainly this one.
Five. Six.
Just got into that a little bit too much. I'd have been a bit concerned there. Nearly went in off in the middle. But as Steve said, this is such an important frame. Winning the last frame of the session last night was a big one. Got into that too much as well.
He's actually got a shot. He didn't play it like that. It's not an easy pot, but he would be able to get back up the table should he choose to play it. Right in the middle as well.
Well, he may not get more than the 1 point off that fluke. But at least he gets to play the next shot.
Mark
With
on
that shot.
12.
Comfortable snooker.
Probably got a 2 or 3 cushion escape for the red on the top cushion. Doesn't want to hit the red level with the pink on the left, just below it. There's enough of a gap.
Yeah, and it always slides a bit more off the second cushion, so should be okay with this. Looks a good line. Doesn't want to creep round the back of this red, that's the only problem. But no. Good escape, but he's left a chance of this pot. Only problem is, to get position on the colour, you have to play it with lots of pace. So you might not want to take it on. If the black was available, you would.
He doesn't really want to be taking too many risks in this frame. He's desperate to win it, obviously. Also, he's got to win it and also, at the same time, take control of the match. even though his opponent's 7-2 in front, the start of every session is always important. If he can get Yulong on the back foot, that's his route back to this session.
As you can see from the player view, the only red he can hit is the one on the left-hand side of the table. But with it being so close to the cushion, we've even got shadows to show you. But you can't play a cross double off that red close to the cushion. You're almost certain to get a double kiss. Two cushion escape with pace, is it? Always find these a lot more difficult when you can't play with the tracer side. Seems to be a bit more difficult to judge. Yep, caught the red much too thick. But as I say, didn't fancy playing the one on the left-hand side cushion. Didn't see any value in that.
He's got a relatively easy opening red, but the position's difficult.
Delicate little shot. I'd have been inclined to maybe stun into the second red there. Was asking a lot. And now he's in a spot to bother himself. The only colour he can hit is the black. Don't know whether he can see enough of the black to get up to the balk end, and even if he could, there's a red available to the left middle.
He might have to play a sort of, I was going to say, a stun on the black and leave Yulong on nothing at the top of the table, but he's playing the aggressive shot. Excellent. Didn't really look on, John, did it?
Yeah, and it's amazing what you can be forced into playing.
Yeah. It was a risk he had to play. At least he felt that.
But after that excellent cut on the black, he'll be disappointed to have missed that. And not only has he missed it, he's left his opponent in. And as Steve alluded to at the start of this frame, he scored very heavily last night, did Zhao. What's he like now at the business end of the match?
Six. Seven.
This guy's got a solid cue action. We may not have seen too much of him on our TV screens, but he looks like one of the more prominent Chinese players coming through. Very composed as well around the table.
So that tells us the black does go to the right corner. He'd love to get on the red that's just to the right of the black next shot, and he's got the angle to do that.
21.
So just a little bit careless there. Just jabbed at it, really. Wanted to come back a bit further than that.
He could have afforded to overscrew that than under. So a bit of a stretch.
Made light of it, though.
He looks pretty clinical amongst the balls as well, doesn't he, John? Judging by the breaks from
29.
yesterday, that's obviously the case today. There's that chance. Mark Allen's under severe pressure here.
30.
Yeah, we just had a look at the sidebar there. Needs 39 more points from this visit. So that really is equivalent of, he needs, well, he's got one. He needs another 4 reds after this black to clinch the frame at this visit. And had the nice angle to nudge those reds in the open, so all the reds he needs are available.
37. $38.
Hasn't really put a foot wrong yet.
43. 44.
So there you see it, 27
51.
ahead, 59 remaining. Still 3 more reds required to be certain.
52.
Played that nicely. Cued it smooth.
Yeah, hits the ball at a very nice pace. Totally different hit to the play of the likes of Judd Trump that would be whacking balls in much harder. Strokes them in a bit more like Mark Williams would.
Straight on this red would have been ideal, but he's okay.
59. Yeah.
If he gets a black with this red, he'll only need 1 more red to get to snooker's required. And black it is, and he's got the perfect angle to play for the red up
60.
near the brown spot. This black will put in 43 points in front with 43 remaining.
Yeah, you feel like this black is for an 8-2 in the lead.
Clinical as he was last night.
67.
And the start that Mark Allen was looking for is not going to happen.
68.
And that's the frame clinch you would have thought.
Trying to roll this over the pocket, possibly make his opponent have to pot the red.
Zhao Yulong, 7.
Probably the only way back for Mark Allen is some type of free ball situation. Well, that's out of the equation now. He did have to pot the red, so it's a lot harder from now on in.
So there you see it, 38 points behind.
8.
Just 27 remaining. Equates to 3 snookers needed. 4-point snookers.
Mark Allen, 8.
Not quite. Well, if it is, it's an easy swerve. Well, nice flick off the blue. He didn't hit that well at all. He's lucky not to leave this yellow.
Certainly hasn't settled down himself today. Zhao Yulong's doing a fantastic job here against a player that many felt was going to have a significant chance this year in the World Championship. And this first round for the top seeds is fraught with danger.
Tries to get in behind the blue, didn't manage it. And this yellow is cuttable. And if Zhao does pot the yellow, that will surely be end of frame. And an 8-2 lead.
Two. Zhao Yulong, 2.
Well, Mark Allen deciding to carry on. Maybe because it's the first frame of the session and he wants to get his cue arm going or get the pace of the table for later when he gets chances, when he's got to take them. He had one in this frame when he missed the red to the middle.
Yeah, I think he's carrying on. He's desperate to win a frame, but he just knows it's not going to happen. So Zhao Yulong wins the very important first frame of this session to go 8-2 in front, needing just 2 more.
And for fans of Mark Allen, and there are many, this is really not looking good. On the contrary for this young Chinese player, Zhao Yulong, who is making his 2nd appearance here at the Crucible. John, you commentated on the match last night. You were impressed with this young man, weren't you?
There's no fluke about the scoreline. It's not, absolutely there isn't. The first 2 frames were long. He needed 2 snookers in the first frame. He got them against Mark, which is doing something against Mark Allen because he knows his way around. And he nicked the 2nd frame. And then after that, he was just the dominant force in the match. And Mark Allen was, he had a not quite a night. He was just a little bit off with his pots. Looked like he was flicking a bit of side on. And he got himself in a hole. And basically, the other lad kept potting the balls and kept playing well. And if he didn't miss an easy red in the last frame of the session, he would have been 8-1.
Well, it's no surprise that that he's playing well. I mean, after all, he won the World Amateur when he was about 15, something like that, and qualified for the Tour. So he's been knocking on the door for a very long time here, but is really starting to gain some traction in the bigger events. Made a maximum this season as well, Steve.
Yeah, very impressive. You know, as Steve mentioned, of all the Chinese players, he looks like one to watch for the future. This is obviously a big test here, and he's passing at the moment with flying colours. A little bit of a subdued looking Mark Allen for some reason. I know, you know, obviously his opponent's playing very well, but normally he's got a bit of fight, a bit of bit about him where you say, well, he looks like he's not going to, he's not going to stand for this, but he seems to just be sitting there and letting it happen to me.
On that subject, actually, the very first frame last night was very telling because it was, what, a 50-minute frame, 48, 50-minute frame, and Zhao Yulong nicked it on the final black and really was in a good place thereafter. I just wonder how much that took the wind out of Mark's sails.
Yeah, I think, as I say, I think it was the first 2 frames, I think, because of the 2 snookers, but also he never really looked like winning the second frame, and he nicked it with the clearance. Yeah. But what was impressive was his temperament. I mean, fantastic temperament, and he stuck in there in the first 2 frames, didn't look like winning them, managed to win both. And as I say, and his touch around the balls at the top of the table was absolutely fantastic. His break building he had a lovely touch. Honestly, there's no fluke about the scoreline. He deserves to be in front.
Well, we've already lost the world number 1. We've lost the 14th seed as well, Luca Brissell. We're going to lose the number 6 in the world because he's certainly on a knife edge here. Back we go.
Yes, absolutely, Hazel. Nice pot. Needs to step short to the baulk line and will. So we'll be nicely on yellow or green. Yeah, I was looking at the, so many people ask you when you're about and who do you think is going to win it this year, and then you say, well, one half looks stronger than the other. And then all of a sudden you lose Ronnie O'Sullivan. Mark Allen's in this half, and he's in danger. Judd Trump scraped home. So, you can't say anything, really, can you?
As did that red. He's out of position already. He may be able to rectify the situation.
Yeah, he's played that nicely. This is his great strength, Mark Allen, when he's in and around the black spot area, is as good as anyone in the game.
12.
Misjudged that.
He needed a bit more topspin to get through those. It's never good for your confidence when you don't strike the back of the pocket. Whilst Zhao Yulong was at the out of the auditorium, Mark Allen was messing around with his tips or filing it, sandpapering. I'm not too sure if he's got a new tip on or a relatively new tip on. A lot of the players do try to keep the surface of the leather a little bit roughed up now because they play with a different type of chalk, but there he is with, I think, some sort of thing just to rough the tip up.
Into the jaws of the pocket. Decent safety.
Looks good. Can it sneak past? You'd be pleased to see that happen. Yeah, this new chalk, I feel it's softer than the usual chalk that the players have played with for many years, and therefore sometimes doesn't stay on the tip as well, so players needed to rough up their tip to give it a bit more grip. The chalk itself, do see some quite strange miscues with it sometimes. Not so gritty, this stuff.
Just got through to that red, and it was quite interesting when that cue ball just crept by the yellow. Mark Allen got behind the line of the shot and he grimaced to think, oh, just a fraction of that in big trouble. So that tells me that he's up for it. But can he raise his game? Because I don't think you can win these or make these stage these comebacks with just bits and pieces. He's got to get in and he's got to start scoring heavily. Taking this on to the left middle, is he? He did, and that was a tremendous pot. Couldn't have cued that any better. And he certainly is one of the players that can go on a roll and just make 100 after 100 as we watched that terrific shot. A lot of players have been having trouble with the middle pockets.
Seven. Thanks, Mark.
So second, good chance. And I would suggest he needs to win it at this visit, just for his own peace of mind and confidence.
$12. $13. $20.
Under 33 points from this position to get to the snookers required. Doesn't seem too big an ask. Well, there you go. He opened up that visit with a tremendous red to the middle. That was a lot easier. And he's missed it. And he's left it.
One.
Well, that didn't go in clean. Used all the pocket.
Four. Five.
Nice angle on the black. To win the frame at this visit. Sometime those four reds in the middle of the table. Well, I say four of them, possibly only two of them, because if he gets on the right-hand side of the four, that goes to the left corner. He pots that, he'll release one to the right corner, so it's only those two reds that are close together that are any kind of problem.
12.
So he doesn't have to do as much as I first thought.
Well, the other two aren't currently ideal either.
$13.
It's very handy if this red at the bottom of the four reds does go. Makes this positional shot a lot easier. As you say, John, then opens up another red.
20. $21.
can just play this plain ball, he might have to put a touch of right-hand side, or he's looking for an alternative rather than play that. He's got to play a very precise positional shot playing it this way. And has done. Could not have played that any better.
28.
Okay, slightly hampered by the pink, but beautifully played.
$29.
Never hit that hard enough. The moment he struck it, he knew he was under-paced. Obviously, it wasn't the easiest cueing. May have affected things. Hitting down on the ball. Even though he was striking the top of the cue ball, he was still hitting down. So, end of break. I don't think he'll be risking this black. Needs the spider, probably.
Yeah, still 3 points behind, so if there was any value, I suppose there is, bringing the pink into play.
Pink ball.
It's a lifeline for Mark Allen.
Junior Long. 29.
Junior Long's played a pretty decent shot there to cover up one escape path with the red. Mark Allen's got to really graft his way into this match. Is he up for it? It's tough with no confidence.
Well, this could be good. If it bounces enough, he could be right behind the green here. Not quite. Be a brave man to take this red on, though. But sometimes you look at the safety side of the shot, and the pot is probably the best option, but it's risky. If he misses it, could cost him the frame.
It's a big shot to get back to balk, the screw back. He can play the cue ball to the top cushion as a containing safety, but it's dangerous. There's red into the middle pocket by the pink. If you're not sure, then perhaps attack is the right method. Looks like he's winding himself up for one of these reds. Good effort. So, a difficult opening red for Mark Allen now.
Yeah, you called it, Steve. Normally you wouldn't think it was, but under the circumstances and the scoreline and a couple of shots he's missed already, just gave you that sense that that was a lot tougher than it would normally be for him.
One.
We always say in these situations, the longer you can keep your opponent 2 frames away from the winning line, you've got a bit of elbow room, but this is a chance for Zhao Yulong now to go within 1 frame of that coveted place in the second round. Bit of work to do, just 1 point ahead, but while you're at the table, you can win it.
5.
And you won't get a better chance to knock out a top 8 player than this.
So it's all about getting a nice angle on the colour. I don't think he's got an angle to pot this red and try and bring the other one out. So he needs a good angle on pink or blue. Well, he may just have a slight angle where he can stun force the cue ball to the side cushion. See so many players now who can play with either hand. I'm not certain whether Zhao can do that.
Banged that in with stun and a bit of follow through, trying to get as close to the red as possible, but he's got a nasty angle. I'd suggest this is a big hope for Mark Allen. You'd hate to see this go in.
And it's always difficult in this situation to place the rest head where would you like it, but he looks comfortable. Oh, clean as a whistle. No problem whatsoever.
16.
This black, yellow and green for 9-2. Well, you asked the question early on, Steve, how would he handle it when he saw the winning line? He's handling it very well.
23.
Yeah. Very impressive. These two balls, I feel, will mainly seal the deal on the match.
25.
Can't see Mark Allen even starting the engines today. He's just looks like a man already beat.
28.
Yeah, Stephen mentioned in the studio, it didn't look as though he had that fire in his belly. For whatever reason, sometimes you can come here, the pressure, the nerves,
32.
and in an effort to cope with them, you finish up giving a flat performance. Seen it happen on many occasions. But he does hit the ball
37.
beautifully, this young man. Okay, he's overhit that slightly, but there's no way back to the table for Mark Allen. Played the double, not there. Mark Allen will stay in his seat. And is he up against it now? Because Zhao Yulong came in 7-2 in front. He's won the first 2 frames, and he's now 1 frame away from a place in the second round, and another big upset.
And for all intents and purposes, he looks comfortable on the way to getting there as well. What do you detect about Mark Allen, and what seems strange to you?
We talked about Graham Dott's attitude. Now, if you've seen Graham Dott walk out last night 8-1 down, his face looked like he was up for a battle, Graham Dott. Mark Allen, to me, looks like as Steve said, he looks like he's not up for a battle at all. He did pull out of China for personal reasons. Whether there's still something affecting him off the table, I don't know. But yeah, he doesn't look like he's up for the battle at all
The second
now.
half of his season has certainly been a complete contrast to the first. Obviously, I think losing in the first round in the defence of his Masters must have been a real kick in the teeth for him, obviously, but Luca Brissell played brilliantly. But thereafter, he has made the semi-finals of both the Players' Championship and the Tour Championship, and looked like he was obviously very much involved in the business end of these events. So what is happening, do you feel?
As I say, it may very well, something may come to light, you know, that's not quite right on away from the table, but it's following the similar patterns than last night. He potted a lot of good individual balls, and then within 2 or 3 shots in a break, he missed something. He did it there in the last frame, where he potted a couple of crackers and then missed a simple one in the middle pocket.
Very unlike Mark Allen to miss balls like that, because comfortable shots, stun shots and things like that, just very unlike him.
And on this evidence, guys, is there any way back in your mind for him? No. Sooner rather than later.
This is done and dusted. It's just start the engines.
Okay, well, in which case, let's talk about Zhao Yulong. He's coming back to try and finish this one off, and this has been a very, very competent performance.
All you can do is just, when you go to the table, take the chances that are created to you, and that's all he's doing. He's just mopping up every time.
Will he get over the line here? He's got quite a few bites at this. Will it happen the first time of asking?
So Mark Allen in the position where no more mistakes. He can't afford any, because the next one could be his last. A lot of people thought he came here with a major chance this year, me included, if I'm being honest. Well, close, but I was right down the line, that shot. I just don't think he could hit enough of that red to pot it. I just thought he couldn't hit it full enough.
One.
Nice pot from Mark, but as we said in the last frame, he's got to do more than play one or two good pots. He needs to score.
Eight. Nine. $16.
Tough from this situation not to mentally throw the towel in. He's professional enough to go about his business, but he must be fearing the worst.
$24. 25.
Might have gone a bit too straight on this. It wasn't how he played it.
$32. 33.
Well, I was just about to say 5 reds, 5 blacks, but he can't run the black off this one, can he? Well, he tried to.
Mark Allen, 40.
But you can't blame him for trying to make things happen. The other plan hasn't been working.
Perhaps considering that the only way to significantly increase his prize money in this event was to go for the 147. A few quid on display for that this year, John. Is it 50 or 60? I think.
Yeah, 50,000 plus 10 for the highest break. I've just been informed that that makes it 60,000.
Some very good researchers at the BBC.
Unbelievable. Got calculators and everything. Going down to have a look at this. There's a couple of reds you can play. The one that's 2 off the right-hand side cushion, or the one that's sort of half ball pot to the right corner. He's deciding on this one. He's taking it on. Well, when he does miss, he's not far away, but far enough. Now this red that rattled the jaws, as we see, has he covered it? Appears as though he has. Yep. He's trying to bend it with a touch of left-hand side so he gets the potting angle. Oh, and he did do. Well played.
What?
Didn't want to hit that much harder. I think at the moment you're just playing for pride in performance. There's this frame and one more to take us to the mid-session interval. Even that would be a bonus for Mark. But fair play to him. He's concentrating. He's trying hard. Can he keep the scoreline out of his mind? Because that's the debilitating factor. Just another 24 points needed. There's 5 of them.
$13.
Oh, well, he was worried he'd overhit it, but... And there's a little smile,
20.
so... That's good to see, because he must be in a terrible state mentally.
21.
To have found himself in this position. As we say at the start of this match, 2 very long frames. There you see it, 68 ahead, 75 remaining. Pot the red.
28.
Snookers will be required. 2 very long frames to start the match, which were very close, could have gone either way. He lost them both, and then that seemed to give Zhao Yulong the confidence to push on and win the next 3.
36. 37.
Before you know where you are, Mark was 7-1 behind and did well to win the last frame of the session. Anyway, he's taking these nicely.
44. 45.
He's throwing his arm at it now. He's quite happy to miss one, really. He's not that bothered. It's funny when you want to miss one, you keep going in the middle of the pocket. He just wants to get the next frame set up, really. But there is a possible century on.
$60. 61.
Yeah, trying to bring that red into play, and he's snooking himself with the brown, so hit and hope it goes in, maybe. Well, no century, but he's got a frame on the board, and fair play to him for sticking at it. But there's one more frame to play before the mid-session interval. He'd like to go into that interval with his hopes still alive. We'll see. 9-3, Zhao Yulong.
So having said he had absolutely no chance, he's on the comeback trail, John.
Oh, it's 10-9 Mark Allen all day, isn't it? Let's be honest. No, it's good that he showed some spirit there and fight. You'd only expect that anyway. We've said that about him. He's a bulldog of a competitor, isn't he? So you wouldn't expect any different from him.
Well, actually, as I say, you were watching it last night, and that he had to wait sort of 85 minutes before a decent run. He actually hadn't made a 30 till frame 6.
His highest point was 30, then it was the 68 that he made, but it was 1 hour 25 minutes without potting a ball. That's how well his opponent played.
Impressions of Mark Allen in that frame, because as John says, he can come back at you, but is he really bitten off a little bit more than he can chew in this current form?
I think so. I mean, JV said trying hard. I think that was maybe stretching it a little bit. I think he's just he's not going to just give up and not pot a ball. He's going to still try and, if he gets in, he's not going to deliberately miss. Let's say it like that. But some of the shots he was playing, the shot he had to swerve round to pot a red. If the game was close, he probably wouldn't have played that. So there'll be you know, he'll still keep trying. I mean, we all know the last frame to win is the most difficult one, so you know, his opponent may get a little bit nervous, but no, I think his race has run Mark Allen.
It's disappointing actually, because when you think about it, a quarter-finalist last year, and he hadn't lost, or still hasn't lost clearly, but hasn't lost in the opening round for 5 years. 2013, I think was the last time he went out.
Yeah, and the thing now is, as well, is he comes here as a major champion. That was a massive thing for him to win the Masters. I mean, I think you asked me one time, you said, what's the difference? And I said, winning. It's as simple as that. You know, to be able to win a major, to know that you can turn up at these. I've done it once before, so I can do it again. So this will be a majorly disappointing result for him.
Absolutely. Well, he's still in there. A man who, of course, was a semi-finalist here 10 years ago. Back we go.
Decent safety shot there from Mark. And if he misses the brown, this is an excellent return from Zhao. Excellent. Okay, not tight to the vault cushion, but good shot nevertheless. Oh, tremendous pot. That's what Mark Allen's capable of. Terrific pot. Can he make it count and take us to the mid-session interval? Playing for pride at the moment. Won't be thinking of winning the match.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, just tried to force that in and nudge the red rather than the black. The red that was just to the left of the black. I think, like we said in the last frame, Steve, if he gets half a chance, he's got maximum in mind. But this black won't cut no matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be pretty aggressive from now on in. Like he was trying to knock that black on, hit it full ball and push it in a straight line across the table towards the right corner. Great shot. He didn't really have a good safety shot, so
16.
that's as safe as anything. No attempt to get on a red.
Mark Allen.
And no attempt
60.
to get behind a baulk colour there, too risky. Yulong just checking to see, to make sure that he doesn't push a red towards the right corner. Always worth coming up the table to try and predict the outcome.
Much too thin, that's why the cue balls come in and out of baulk, and left a mid-range red for Mark. Rolled it in nicely, just about on the black.
Yeah, it's not as thin as the last one from this position, but it's still a missable black. You can do a bit more with a cue ball.
He has got a red to the left middle, but it's getting on the colour. This one to the left corner, he may be able to stun round the back of the black for the black in the same pocket, but using Spider doesn't make it any easier. Doesn't like what we call the gooseneck, so prefers to put the rest on top of the Spider to give him that extra bit of elevation. Nicely played.
Yeah, a little bit under hit with the cue ball.
No.
Not the easiest positional shot now. That was a good effort, although not ideal. But he'll settle for it.
60.
Yeah, he's got an easy enough red to the right corner, but it's manoeuvring the cue ball that's the problem. He's playing this one closest to the cue ball.
17.
Yeah, it's okay. He's on the pink, and we know the black is available to the left corner. And if you can get on it in a nice position now, you can play for the red that's just above and to the left of it and clear the back black completely.
23.
And then it becomes a frame-winning chance.
24.
One frame at a time for Mark Allen. Take a leaf out of Graham Dott's book.
$31.
Those 6 reds around the pink, sort of covering each other to some degree. So after this red,
32.
Not as easy as you would think to get position.
Well, he's looking at this red, but he's got a straight red to the left corner. I think the reason he's played that red, it clears the red that now immediately below the pink for the left corner. You wouldn't be able to tell this man how to make breaks. He's got a lovely touch. Don't know if I told you, he did a charity night for his local charity in County Antrim. Played for 24 hours, made 40 century breaks and 4 maximums. Unbelievable.
But not against Zhao Yulong.
No, I don't think he was there that night. Just trying to make the point how good he is when he's in amongst the balls. Thank you.
$59. 60. Thanks,
Well, that's the frame safe, but we can just cue past the red. But it just made it awkward and he couldn't get on it. And Zhao Yulong has conceded, so Mark Allen keeping his hopes alive. He's got us to the mid-session interval. He still trails 9-4, but still a little bit of hope maybe.
Quiet as possible, please.
Well, certainly hope from his point of view, because, John, as you know, that is the top break of his campaign so far here at the Crucible, and he can still be in it and win it, but you two are not convinced at this point.
Well, he's in the last chance saloon, which is pretty obvious, but like Stephen said in the frame before, he played a shot but he swerved it to knock it in. He's basically going to go for everything now, and he's going. There's a freedom in his cue action at the moment, and whilst the scoreline is the way it is, he doesn't think he can win. So there's a freedom about what he's doing. If he wins the next couple and it starts to get closer, it may be different. But I said before, start the engines, maybe just turn the ignition off at the minute.
Okay, well, I was actually going to say to you, at what point in a journey back do you start to believe that it's possible?
As in last night with Graham Dortmund Bingham, he'll need some help from his opponent. If his opponent starts missing easy ones, making little mistakes, then Mark will feed off that, see that his opponent is maybe starting to waver, seeing the winning line, and that's when you start to think, okay, I'll really start to try now. Because at the moment, I don't think he's like really thinking to win the match. He's trying playing just to pop balls. But the next couple of frames, he'll actually start trying it. If as I say, he gets a little bit of help from his opponent.
So we may yet have a grandstand finish this afternoon. You just never know. But with so many headliners this season, particularly in the second half of it, the likes of Ronnie and Judd Trump and Neil Robertson, we must not forget about a certain Kyron Wilson, who has also had a fantastic season. In fact, he's lifted 3 pieces of silverware, including the Paul Hunter Classic and the German Masters. They were the second and third big world ranking titles of his career. And having already made it to a Masters final last year and the semi-finals here 12 months ago, the Warrior should not be going under the radar. He fancies his chances of another run. And today he's facing the 7th and last Crucible debutant to come through qualifying, Perth Potter Scott Donaldson.
It's crazy, you know, last week I only just qualified. I'm still not really sure if I'm here or not yet, to be honest, so I'm really looking forward to getting out there and playing. It's brilliant to play here, you know, you never know if you're ever going to play here in your career, so I'm just looking to play well. It kind of worked in my favour to get a week off, but my season's going quite well so far, and in China I got to the semis, so I just want to keep doing what I'm doing, you know. If I can play well, it'll be great. If I don't play well, I'll try and make it tough for Kyron. You just don't know how it's going to go out in the match arena, so I hope I can play well, but if not, I'll try my best to grind it out. He's number 8 in the world. What more can you say? You know, he's a fantastic ball striker. You know, he's one of the top players, so I'm going to have to be on top of my game. It's the first round of the biggest tournament of the year, so I just hope I can play it to a good level, you know, a level that I know I can play at, so you know, that's the plan.
So a 7-year professional journey just to get to the Crucible. Congratulations to Scott Donaldson for making it. He's in fact the 5th Scot in the lineup here this year. It's a huge day for him. And this is the guy that actually knocked out the world #1 Mark Selby from the UK Championship in York a couple of years ago when Selby was the reigning world champion. So he has got form and history on the big stages. Now in we go to frame 1. It's Wilson at the table. He is trailing by 9 points with just the blue, the pink and the black remaining. And it's Peter Ebdon and Ken Doherty guiding us through this
one. Well, like you, felt big target behind the pink there, just off the right-hand side of the blue. And now he finds himself in a bit of trouble.
He'd love to hit the blue up and down the table and just miss the pink, but the problem with that shot, if he catches the pink, he's pushing the blue towards the left corner. And that's why he's decided against it. Well, that's only okay, because this is half a chance. Okay, this blue is very, very difficult, and it will require either a lot of topspin and left-hand side, but more likely deep screw with right-hand side to avoid the in-off into the left centre, swinging the cue ball across the table for the pink into the left-hand black pocket. It's a tough shot,
And already he's got through 1 or 2 a little bit quickly. And if he does that with this shot, with right-hand side, he'll hit it thick. Big shot. And that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. What a shot.
5. Yeah, fantastic shot. And just look at the position. He's got a nice angle on the pink. Just screw it in. Missed the middle pocket. Nicely on the black. Yeah, just missed the middle pocket and should be on the black into the left centre. So good opportunity miss from Scott Donaldson. Has handed the chance for the first frame for Corin Wilson. Just the black needed. And it's there. And what an excellent blue to pink it was from Corin Wilson. And he snatches the first frame from Scott Donaldson's grasp. He leads by 1 frame to 0.
Thank you. The second frame. Scott Donaldson to break.
So, Scott Donaldson breaks off at the start of frame 2. He looked quite solid and composed in the first frame, but just a couple of errors. And although looking quite nervous in the first frame, Corin Wilson will be absolutely delighted to have won that. He's looking at a 14-ball plant here.
Yeah, reds will go everywhere, but there is the possibility of one of the reds going towards his corner pocket. And there it is, and there it is. The 4-ball plant. Now, where's the cue ball? He's got to slow up.
One.
Just enough. Well, it was very well spotted, wasn't it? Well, it was a 14-ball plant because 14 reds moved.
I'd say it's not very often, Ken, that you have the pleasure of calling a 14-ball plant, but there you go.
Let's have a look at this again. There you see the one red heading towards the corner pocket, and then it goes. Wonderful shot, well spotted. Oh, that's a fabulous shot. That's an even better pot from the jaws of the corner pocket. Excellent shot. And that certainly gives you confidence and settles you down.
Well, you've certainly got to cue very, very well to knock those ones in. Delightful little shot with the rest. Corin Wilson, one of the very best players in the world with the rest. And when he's playing well, he scores so heavily in amongst the balls. Could be a telling factor in this match.
12.
Yeah, he's in prime position. The only red he would love to take after this one is the one just to the right of the black. He may be able to either move it away. That's the one to the right of the black, and just below it slightly. He can, because that's stopping the black to be potted into the bottom right-hand corner pocket. So move this away. And he's played a wonderful little cannon there. Knock it towards this right-hand corner pocket, and now
20.
The black will be open into both corner pockets, and wonderful chance to make a big break here.
$21.
And it's amazing, Peter. I mean, Scott Donaldson, it wasn't a bad break, didn't leave any reds out in the open.
$29.
Made that wonderful plant.
$34.
Yeah, Karen spotted a wonderful plant, and Scott Donaldson may find himself sitting in the chair for the whole of the frame. Didn't do anything wrong. I'd like to leave himself a nice angle here. He's got a couple of reds to go at, but if he plays a nice little
35.
cannon into the bunch, he'll always be on the red that's to the extreme right of it in the open. That's what he's having a quick look at. And if this goes well, the frame will be there for the taking, so doesn't have to hit these too hard. Now, is he on this red? Body language would suggest he is.
42.
You always look at the body language, don't you, Peter? Isn't it? Even as a player, you always watch the other player, see the body language when he goes into the pack. Does he drop the hands, or does he shake his head, or does he look up to the crowd, or does he shape up for the next shot?
$50. $51.
Just having a quick look to see if the middle of those three reds will pot into the right corner pocket. And that tells us that it will, and once he pots this, it will certainly release at least one of those other reds next
58.
to it. Maybe even the two here. And now
59.
looks for all money. This is going to be a frame winning break, and all came from that well spotted plant.
$66. $67. $72. $73.
This has been very impressive from Karen Wilson. Could be pushing the red towards the corner here. That's a well-judged cannon.
80.
It's going to be very difficult to make a century here.
81.
Yeah, nice shot to take the red
88.
out. Pots in the
To the right centre, I'm sure. That's where he'll be going with it. Well, he's gone for it into the green pocket. Excellent shot. Well played.
89.
Well, can he register his first century break of this year's World Championship for Karen Wilson? We've already had 28 century breaks.
94.
Needs the blue.
95.
And he's got a nice angle on the blue. He can try and bring the last red off the cushion. Great shot. Wonderful century break from the world number 8, Kyron Wilson. 100. Always love a century break.
Missed the red into the green pocket, but that was a wonderful century break there from Kyron Wilson. He leads by 2 frames to 0.
Yeah, the 26-year-old Kyron Wilson, 7th season as a pro, and here he is going 3-0 up in this match. Made a couple of 30s in this particular one, so some half-decent contributions, including that century in the second frame. And he's going 3-0 up on Scott Donaldson. You can keep watching this one live on the Red Button and online, and we'll get back to it at the conclusion of our feature match this afternoon. And I'm sure Scott Donaldson itching to get himself on the scoreboard there, guys. Came through an absolutely horrible match against Lu Ning in qualifying in the last one, 10-9. Scott had been 9-4 up and had to survive that final frame decider. And I just wonder, that's pressure in itself, obviously. He said he could hardly breathe in that situation. It was so tense. But is it a different kind of anxiety that you feel coming to the crucible compared with that process?
They'll need an oxygen mask in there, wouldn't it?
I mean, honestly, it's totally different. I mean, it's just a massive relief knowing coming through the qualifiers, which I did loads of times. I had a few 10-9s myself getting through near the end of it. It's the prize at the end of it, knowing you're coming to play in here. But once you've relaxed over the fact you are coming here, then you've got a match to go and play out there. But it is totally different to get used to.
But there must be a natural anxiety to try and justify your existence in this championship, because most people have not seen you come through 3 best of 19s to be here.
Exactly. I remember my very first time here playing Willie Thorne, and my thought was, oh, don't get beat 10-0, 10-1 live on TV. It's a horrible, but you can't help but think things like that. And now he's gone 3-0 behind it. It would just be desperate to get a frame on the board.
I'm sure he'll be calming down after getting one on the board, if he does. But meanwhile, we're back to the conclusion of this fascinating match. Mark Allen, who looked really down and out of this, he was 5-0 and 9-2 down, but he's won the last couple before the interval, and he's still got maybe a glimpse of a chance. Let's get back there.
Yes, Hazel, I'd say maybe a glimmer. But obviously, he's got to play no miss snooker. And I agree with Stephen, said after the last frame, before the mid-session interval, to make a comeback like this, you're going to need a little bit of help from your opponent. But he's going to get no help there. That's an excellent safety shot from Zhao. And Mark with a problem. It's going to be a big ask to get back to the balk end here. Look at the match time. 4 hours and a bit. It's been high quality stuff, but mainly coming from the queue of Zhao Yulong. Average shot time, 21 seconds for Mark Allen. 26, well, that's pedestrian, but as long as you can keep a nice rhythm. So Mark trying to nestle into this cluster just below the pink. Looks a good line, doesn't want to slide past them. Anything go? Not into this pocket.
There is a chance to pot this red, shift the red away from the left of the black. Perfect. Just lost the cue ball. Think he can probably get past with his cue. That red on the side cushion may not be a problem.
He is slightly hampered. Just makes this black missable. Ah, but no problem. So is this the chance to clinch frame and match? Thought Mark Allen had done well and not left anything, but just spotted that red, and as Steve said, perfect to play the cannon. Nothing he can do. He's in his chair. Just got to sit and, in all honesty, hope that Zhao makes a mistake. He's looked calm, cool and collected so far.
Be a bit of a way to win with a 147, John, wouldn't it?
It would be.
16.
That would be the icing on the cake. I don't think that will have entered his head just yet.
17.
Just stopped in his track there. A little bit perturbed that the cue ball didn't run through. Yeah, you could see that little jump. He's still on the black, and nicely on the black, but just a bit disconcerting when the cue ball's not exactly where you played it. No problem. As I say, he won't be thinking maximum.
No, the early part of this break looks like the black's the best ball to play from, so... Looks like a change of plan, though.
Yeah, more important.
25.
Win, frame and match. He did make his maiden maximum this season. The big moments. I know he's got a big lead, but this will be a big scalp for him. First time at the Crucible. Beat a top 8 player.
I like the speed he strikes the ball at. Stroking him in.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any anxiousness, does he, when he delivers the cue? He's pushing it through nice and smooth. Not jabbing at it.
38. 39.
And one thing that makes that easier, if you play perfect position, you don't have to hit the balls hard. That's a sign he's in control.
making it look very easy. And,
46.
well, another 25 points. And Mark Allen will need a snooker. Will he get back to the table? Little shake of the head, so not the right potting angle on this black. Just off straight, so he can run round off 2 cushions, but he's got to force it. Just shows you get the wrong angle. So this red is available to the right centre.
Yeah, that's the best he could do from that shot. So a missable cut into the middle pocket.
Nicely in. Now, will he decide with the angle he's got on the blue to play the cannon on the pink? That's what he's looking at. Maybe favoured, just hitting the pink on the left-hand side of it, if anything. Wouldn't have to play it with too much pace. They're loosely packed. Well, he just caught the pink slightly too thin. This red will cut to the corner, but it's by no means easy. Just wanted to hit that pink a little bit thicker.
Probably would have got a better outcome had he missed the pink.
Yeah, fair comment.
But it's a decent lead.
Yeah, 60 points, 83 remaining at the moment. I'm sure he's going to take this red on along the top cushion.
Yeah.
In fact, he's going to have that red cleaned. That tells us that he's going to go for it. Just a few pots away from a famous victory.
Possibly as an insurance policy on this shot with that other red further up the cushion.
Long 60.
You could say he was a little unlucky as that red to go as awkward as it did, but he's missed it. Mark Allen just playing one red onto the other.
One. Thank you.
And finished perfect on the black to pot the black, stunning to the 4 reds in the middle of the table. He'll still have the red over the corner. Now, the red's in the open. Can he make the most of this opportunity? Shake of the head, he's come slightly hampered. For this red, I think he can only get to the left-hand side of the cue ball, which is okay. The red's easy enough. I wouldn't expect him to miss this.
9.
Decided to play for the red
60.
into the middle. I think he'd play for the black because I think the pink, if it was put back on its spot, may just tie those 3 reds up in the middle of the table. Getting down pretty quick, so he's happy with the potting angle here.
24.
Just looking to see if he does play for the pink, where it would go. He doesn't think he's going to interfere with the reds.
You get the feeling he's going to salvage this frame. He's got a bit more freedom in his arm now. He's
32.
got no hiding place. He's just playing the balls, not worrying about the match as such.
$38. $39.
So the key shot coming up. Colours on the spots if he gets good position on this red. He couldn't wish for a better chance. And that's absolutely inch perfect.
46. $47.
Nicely on the blue, can hold for the yellow. So just give him
52.
one sniff of a chance.
54.
And he's up to and including the pink to keep his hopes alive.
$57.
I always think the key shot and clearing up is the position from brown to blue, as Zhao had his chance. Could say he was a bit unlucky for that red to run as it did. It was always
61.
missable, but now he's perfect on the blue. Blue and pink for the frame.
66.
And boy, has he taken these well. Doesn't need the black, doesn't bother about the black. There's life in this match yet. Zhao, to be fair, did nothing wrong. It's a tricky red, he missed it. Mark Allen then cleared up with a wonderful break of 72. I wouldn't give up on him just yet. Zhao Yulong still leads by 9 frames to 5.
Oh, well said, John Virgo. He's not giving up on him yet. And this is all part of the excitement. And there was a shot there, a red, guys, that you really felt possibly began to turn the tide in that break for him.
Yeah, when we first looked at this, I thought he was just going to be able to drop this red in and leave him quite far away from the black. But he got somehow so much screw and side on the cue ball. But after that, there seems to be a lot more urgency about Mark Allen around the table, a lot more purpose. As I said at the beginning, how he might start trying a bit harder when he thought things might turn, and that looks like that there. Again, helped by his opponent.
Yeah, agree.
You know that little bit of footage we had before when me and Stephen said he's got absolutely no chance this match is done? Can you just make sure that something happens to that so they don't show it later on? Because we're going to look like the 2 biggest plums in Sheffield when that comes on. But at the moment, he's just absolutely...
the first time.
Yeah, well, I know that. But it's just, he's making a great fist of it. I mean, I agree. He did get the little bit of help he was looking for. I mean, admittedly, he was unlucky when he went in and split the pack and left that little red, but the thin red on the top cushion. But I tell you what a clearance that was.
But, you know, he's even beginning to look like he's, I'm not going to say interested because that's unfair. He's always been interested. But, you know, he's got the cheeks, they're flushing now, the adrenaline's pumping. You can see a little bit more about him.
Around the table, his body language around the table, even just the way he's walking around the table, looks like he's got a purpose now. He's kind of like just plodded around the table to me in a lot of the match so far.
Listen, he'll have been on the other end of one of these matches where, you know, you're just trying to get over the line, and all of a sudden, you know, he'll know the pressure will get great on Zhao as well. You know, he'll start looking in the rearview mirror as he's catching him up.
Yeah, well, he's still 4 behind. And Zhao Yulong has got plenty of chances left. Can he convert one of them? That's the question.
Yes, that is the question. Losing that frame will have hurt him a little bit. And also made him aware that Mark Allen is up for the fight. Half ball red left on here, but tight under the baulk cushion. No easy matter. Wonderful shot. Needs to stop short of the ball line. It will.
Three.
And if Mark Allen can keep this up, Zhao Yulong will have never experienced pressure quite like it.
Four.
Now the ready love to be on is the one just to the left of the black. That will clear the black comfortably for both corners. And he's on it perfectly.
11. 12. $90.
Played it nicely, just far away from the cushion to be able to impart some backspin if that's what's needed, because this black looks pretty straight to me. Deep screw, lots of bottom and follow through. Needs a bit of side, got the bit of side. That was a good shot.
Oh, Johnny looks like a different player
27.
now. Whatever was wrong at the start of the match, he's rectified it. It's taken something as strong as staring defeat in the face. It's a frustrating game, Snooker. You'd love to bottle this experience and this feeling and get rid of the earlier ones.
$28.
This is now where you need all your concentration, because
35.
they've got to the mid-session interval on the other side of the wall. People are
36.
going for a comfort break. And the guy brushing the table on the other side. All those little things that can put you off. Just got to focus. But he's been here before. He knows what the Crucible Theatre two-table situation's all about.
Mark Allen's totally focused now. A different animal. And it would be great from his perspective to win this frame in this one visit. Amplify the heat on his opponent. Make him feel like the frames are slipping away too quickly. Get a bit of panic in him.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that Mark is
47.
capable of doing, winning frames quickly.
48.
Perfect on the blues. There's a couple of loose reds. Will he risk the cannon?
Mirror image of the shot Zhao Yulong had.
Yeah. Do you risk the cannon though?
Playing to the red, I think, is good. Oh, he's underhit it, has he? No, perfect. He could easily have gone into them then, but he didn't want to trust to luck.
53.
But he's still got the problem of opening the pack. Perhaps he should have.
Yeah, it's all about decisions, but he played the risk-free shot.
54.
Now the perfect angle on the black to go into them. As I said earlier, great break builder. There is one loose red he could play on and maybe get on it in such a way that Well, he could pot it and bring other reds into play, but he's got to be so precise with a positional shot. I fancy the cannon more than that. Well, he just played the end red, and that's okay.
61.
Couldn't have judged the cannon better. That was delightful. So the blue
62.
will put him 67 points in front with 67 remaining, just looking for one more red. This is superb stuff from Mark Allen now.
67.
Just the red needed. And in less than 6.5 minutes, the frame is at snooker's required stage.
Earlier in this session, John, he looked like he was ready to throw the towel in. He's a different
75.
animal now.
76.
He smells the fact he's got a chance, albeit still an outside one. How will his opponent react?
83.
He hasn't done a lot wrong yet. It's all been about Mark
84.
Allen just upping his pace.
As you said, though, he'll never have experienced anything like this before, Zhao. So he's not like the qualifiers.
92.
He's playing a top 8 player who is getting into his stride.
$98. 99.
Perhaps just a visit out the back in between frames. Let his opponent stew a bit in his chair. And there's the century break.
104.
More important than the century, keeping his opponent sitting in the chair.
109.
Yeah, absolutely.
$113. $180. $124.
Superb, absolutely superb from Mark Allen. So, Zhao is going to leave the arena to take a few deep breaths. Mark Allen's quite comfortable sitting in it. He thinks he owns a place at the moment, still behind by 3, but surely match on.
Oh, you're absolutely dead right, John. Mark Allen always has a very vocal support with him, and they're letting their voices be heard now. That's 4 in a row, breaks of 68, 76, 72 and 134. It's on, boys.
Very much so. It's when you're in Zhao Yulong's position, when you've got a massive lead, as Stuart had last night, it's very easy to get into the situation of, oh, it's okay, I've lost this one, I'll get another chance,
Yeah.
I'll get another chance. But the way that it's very quickly them frames can disappear, then all of a sudden 9-7, 9-8, you're just bang under it.
You know that pressure gauges you get where you see the arrow going and it's just starting to go into the red zone? This match is just starting to go into the red zone. 9-5, 9-4 is all right. You think, oh, I've got enough bite to the cherry. 9-6, if it goes 9-7, it's really in the red zone. It starts getting
Then you start
very,
to think,
very...
how did I lose this match from this position?
Exactly right. So we all do the same thing. We look at the scoreboard and those numbers think, oh, I've got a few bites of the cherry, 9-5, I'm all right. But then when it gets 9-7, it is seriously on.
Fair play to Joe, though. He's gone out, he's had a little moment, a little word with himself to come back in. And the fascinating thing for me is Terry Griffith coaches both of these lads.
Yeah.
He must be making himself scarce at the moment. How on earth to juggle that at the interval?
Well, I mean, he goes in the interval to one player and say, oh, you've got this, he can't win now. And then he goes to the other player and says, come on, the last frame's the hardest one to win, you can still do it. So, how did it play?
Yeah, no, I think he just goes for a walk, doesn't he? He's absent without leave, I think. But it is a difficult situation for him. He just want both boys to be doing the best, simple as that. But it's a great response from Mark Allen. But the thing that's interesting is he was flicking a bit of side on. He wasn't actually hitting the ball that great, and then all of a sudden,
crisp, very crisp.
He's right in exactly what we expect from him.
Okay, well, we've got a 21-year-old Chinese player, Zhao Yulong, the jumping dragon. He's been jumping all over this match so far with that 9 frames to 2 advantage, but he is under it now. Only 3 frames ahead of Mark Allen, the world number 6.
Yeah, but most importantly, Zhao shouldn't get ahead of himself. He's going to get the chance. It's the nature of the game. And he still only needs 1 more frame.
Quiet as you can, please. There's still a match on this
When he
side.
was playing this, I wasn't certain he could hit enough of that red to pot it. As it turned out, he hit it too thick. These pockets are beginning to look a lot bigger now for Mark Allen. Little scratch of the head. He'd like to be better on this black, but you think if he runs through, he could develop the reds just above it. Decided to play it with pace. Well, he may have a red to the middle, but where's the black going to go? If it goes right behind the cue ball, it'll be very awkward queuing for that red that's available. And it looks as though it is going to do.
Yeah, a bit unlucky. Couldn't get that cue ball up the table far enough.
8.
Can he get to enough of the cue ball? He's trying for it. He's got to put a bit of side spin on possibly. Oh, he's just playing a safety shot, sorry.
Mark Allen 8.
That's the difference. Look at that. Frames one, first 4 frames, 64% pot success, Mark Allen, 86% Zhao, and the last 4 frames, 93%. Boy, has he upped his game. But Zhao has as well, so he's not done a lot wrong yet. Interesting there, who refused that red.
Yeah, I don't think the positional side of it was guaranteed.
Okay.
He looks to be a pretty cool customer, though. Isn't really showing crucible nerves.
Just tentative red to the middle. Thought the only red he could leave was the one he was playing.
It's not just signs of weakness that players show in their cue actions at the crucible. Sometimes the thinking process goes wrong. If you get that right, that could be a great help, making clear-cut decisions under the severest of pressure.
Well, I think he's taking a pot on here. Can you see it? Yes. Far right corner. Right in the heart of the pocket. He's not perfect on the blue. But that's a good sign to knock in a good pot like that. Right in the heart. Well, just flicked the jaw, but never looked any danger.
Just lost the cue ball a fraction. Could very well have been lined up for the yellow pocket. Not absolutely sure, but if you were to roll the blue in, it could be close to an in-off in the middle. It's a bit more of a cut than it looks on our TV screens as well.
Yeah, just giving it a bit of thought. Maybe a little bit more thought than he has been giving other shots earlier on in the match.
This is a tough green to take on.
Absolutely.
Playing the cannon on the red on the side cushion. Oh, kick.
Oh, wow, how's it not dropped?
Three long,
But you're right,
long.
it was a heavy contact, you could tell by the sound of it.
He hit that perfectly.
Contact. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, it was a great shot.
Getting plenty of encouragement here, Mark Allen. Because as the match has gone on, he's become the underdog.
Can he magnify the hurt of that kick?
Mark Allen 1.
How many times have we said it, that when you hit the ball that hard, they can get... We usually see it when we saw the super slow-mo, how the balls bounce and everything else. So, that was a chance for Mark. And a not too difficult starter for Zhao. He can screw up to the baulk cushion, obviously beyond the green, but he'd like to get on the blue and get the blue back to this end of the table. Well, he's playing a run through here. Kissing off the cluster. Obviously always knew he'd be on the green, but...
Very aggressive, excellent shot, really was.
It was, he's not frightened of going for the line. Looking at this shot.
Bit unlucky where he's finished up. He's got to trust a little bit to luck on the position, but there's that red over the middle pocket. Oh, that wasn't the best way to play that. Surely he should have played on the left of the green. That he hit on the right of the green. How on earth was he hoping to get out of the baulk area playing that way?
Yeah, and with the
Top
green
spin as
being
well.
right in the jaws, he could have hit the left-hand side of the green.
Yeah. That's puzzling.
But as you said, sometimes it's not so much your cue action, it's just your shot selection, your thinking just goes slightly awry.
I think if he hits on the left of the green, 10 times out of 10 he's on the red in the middle.
I don't think he can get through to the red that's by the brown, but even if he could, he wouldn't be able to play a good safety off that. So he's come down to this end of the table. Looks as though he's going to think of playing a containing safety, just worried about leaving a red to the middle.
Well, Mark Allen gets a reprieve for that blue. Perhaps encouraging signs for him. Oh, he's let the white ball go a bit here.
Jury long 4.
Has he got away with that? I think he has.
The red just doesn't go, only a fraction. Now, what does he do here? When your opponent only needs one frame, you can't really be pushing the bolt out. Because one more mistake could be your last.
Strange position to find himself in. He's looking for a decent safety shot, not just a containing one, and I'm not too sure there is one. I suppose the only really good safe areas down in the jaws of the yellow pocket. Not easy to get there. That's also good enough, although it is arguably a thin snick into the middle pocket. He hasn't maybe brought the cue ball across enough. So this does pot, but he won't have any idea where the cue ball's going, should he take the cut on.
Yeah, if it had been tight under the baulk cushion, I don't think this cut would have been an option. But he's going for it.
If he pot sits and gets good position, could be a frame-winning chance. And the match.
One.
It's not great, but he'll settle for it. In potting the yellow, he should be able to avoid collision with the blue, although it's going to be a bit of a stretch for him. A lot tougher shot with the rest. Putting the topspin on and power makes this missable.
Well, how well has he cued this? And if he can get through to the red that's closest to the pink,
3.
that would be ideal.
I really like his composure around the table. No facial expressions, fully concentrated.
He can get through to the red closest to the pink, and if he drops it in, he'll have the pink to the middle. Thing is, he's got to roll this in. The other one he could stun him, but this is the red to play.
4.
Played it nicely.
He has the problem of those two reds by the black spot and difficult to get on the black to shift the black away, so still some problems. Not clear-cut chance, this.
So.
So 46 points from this position for frame and match. It's not straightforward.
$11.
First one really I've seen him, it was just a bit jabby, that one.
Yeah, so got up a bit quick as well from it, but you'd expect him to get this pink. Not too much to do with the cue ball. A little bit more up and down at the moment, just steeling himself. Perhaps that's a sign of tension.
Keeps leaving that cue ball near the side cushion. It doesn't make the pots easier.
17.
If he did have the perfect angle, he could possibly play the cannon onto the two reds, but it's risky, so Keeping on that pink.
80. Yeah.
The two reds lined up are feasibly a plant as well, so that will be on his mind. He could easily make that. So 3 pretty decent chances at reds at the moment, then it gets more difficult.
Nice solid pot once again. So 20 points the lead.
24.
I think he's going to need, well, 4, maybe 5 of these reds, depending on what colour he plays. So he won't need the red, the orchid red on the left-hand side of the table. He won't need the red that's tucked up by the brown.
He hasn't got the best angle on this red to be able to get on the pink to make the plant guaranteed. Wrong-sided on the pink. He's going to leave the cue ball at distance for the plant. Unmissable if he's close. Now he's playing the plant. Perhaps a sensible decision.
25.
Some players would have left that till the next shot.
So far, holding himself together very well. We know that the top red of the two, near the black spot, doesn't go.
Obviously, he wants to win the match here and now, but all these points are valuable, considering where some of the reds are.
Giving everything due care and attention, realises the importance of this. And looking at the score, he's getting close to a minute thinking time here, 27 points to lead. 3 reds, 3 colours, high valued colours, would do it. I say do it, would get him to snookers
32.
required. He's underhit that though.
He's going to be leaving himself a little more distance on this next red. How he'd love to split those 2 reds away from the black and get good position. Do you do it now?
Would you risk it?
Well, you've got to get on a colour.
Yeah, not guaranteed. As we always say, when you try to develop reds when potting a red, you're never guaranteed to get position on the colour you need.
If you can go off the black cushion,
yeah,
it's the ideal cannon.
I think it's worth the risk.
Well, if he's got the perfect angle, it's more guaranteed. They'll split lovely. He'll be on the black. He forgot to pot the red.
Yeah.
That was match
38.
ball.
Yeah,
The tension.
He split them open perfectly, but as you say, because he was more concerned about getting the cannon right, just took his eye off the pot. How many times do we see it? Of course, the big problem for Mark Allen, well, apart from that one, because he's overhit that.
He's got to belt this into the cushion and back out. Big screw shot now. At least I think so.
He's playing a little cannon on the red here. That's what he's played.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful touch. Now, he'll be very wary here if he's playing for the black. He may have to play a cannon on the other red just to nudge it away from the black spot.
At the very least, it gets him back into this frame. Very hard to clear them from here, obviously. If he can somehow win this frame, his opponent has just started to overthink things. First sign of tension for him.
Now then, do you play the pot on this red and trying to disturb the red that's near the left-hand side cushion? No, he decided to play for the blue. He feels if he leaves himself an angle on the blue, oh, he could have done without the flick on the yellow, although it's not too bad. It's still a possibility, pot the blue, cannon the red. Got to judge it to perfection to knock it to the middle. Got to judge it to perfection, and he has done. We'll still have the problem of the red by the brown, but this is one awkward red out of the way. 13 points behind.
If he gets a good angle on the colour, he'll try to get position on the red. If not, he can always play a snooker as a last resort.
Well, somehow he's landed absolutely perfect on this blue. I think he can maybe stun across, and as you say, if he doesn't get on the red, he can play the snooker.
That's what he's done. Can he sneak in behind the brown?
27.
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. All of a sudden, we have a new favourite for this frame.
He's also got the red close enough to the black that there's possibilities of free balls. If his opponent misses, he's going short-sided off the cushion. It's not that hard to judge this. Could go round the back of it just. Doesn't want to hit the black. That was a bit of a misjudgment. He banged it into the cushion. It sort of stunned into the cushion.
Free ball, certain.
Mark Allen 4, free ball.
And the red half covered by the black, so this brown, which will put the brown back on its spot, will count as a red, colour to follow. Has it stopped in time? You'd like to be running this blue in and coming off two cushion while he's playing with topspin, so he thinks as though he can comfortably get on the red behind the black. This looks inch perfect. It is.
6.
I thought we'd had enough drama for the week yesterday at the Crucible, but here's another serving.
Always feel the yellow is a very comfortable ball for a left-hander to get on. Just needs yellow, green and brown to keep this match going.
What fighting qualities Mark Allen's showing here. He looked down and out. He looked a beaten player. Can he win the last three? What a turnaround.
Brown to go 20 points in front with just 18 remaining.
34.
Didn't do a lot wrong, but sometimes at this game you don't have to do to lose a frame. Not bothered about the black. Mark Allen battles on, and Zhao Yulong is falling into the dressing room, but now has only got a 2-frame advantage. It's 9-7.
Well, a puff of the cheeks from Zhao Yulong on the way out there, 5 in a row, and Zhao Yulong just breaking down, match ball in effect, and just leaving this one short.
Yeah, I don't think this was nerves or anything. I just think it's one of them instances where you take your eyes off the pot. You're concentrating so much on getting the correct cannon. I don't think he's seen the winning, and that wasn't the reason he missed. But I'm glad he's going out. Last night, Stuart Bingham sat in his chair all the way through that match and suffered. He wanted to see him put himself through the suffering, but he's going out and just freshening up before he comes back to the arena. It's good.
But beautifully taken by Mark Allen, the way he constructed the middle part of that frame, particularly flicking out that red just over the middle pocket as well.
I mean,
beautiful stuff.
Absolutely brilliant. To get himself back in the frame, and he was never going to clear up from where he was, but to get himself back in there, then lay the snooker. It has to be said, it was a poor misjudgment from Zhao there, not to hit the red that was behind the black. It's not a particularly difficult shot. Steve said it on commentary. And the one thing about it is, you know if you miss it, it's a free ball. And unfortunately for him, he landed plumb on the brown, which then goes back on the spot. But he's actually not doing a heck of a lot wrong. It's just, it's being magnified because Mark Allen's making the most of him.
Tell you what, we've had some amazing matches in this first round, haven't we? Stephen Maguire coming back against Tian Peng Fei. We've had that amazing match with Bingham and Dot last night, and this is right up there with some proper drama now, isn't it?
Yeah, it just shows you these long matches how momentum can change. One player can go 4 or 5 frames in a stretch, and then when the other player gets the momentum, it's so hard for the other player just to stop that train, as it were. But Zhao Yulong, he doesn't look. He looks fine to me. He looks like he's composed. He's not showing out any signs where, going back to Stuart, poor Stuart last night. He won the match, so we can say it. But he looked like he was tortured, and you see it. Zhao Yulong looks pretty calm to me.
OK, here we go. Frame 17 of a possible 19.
Breaking off. I agree, he's not done a lot wrong, but such is the nature and this high standard of play. One mistake sometimes is all it takes. Attacking safety shot there from Mark Allen. Not got the best of cue balls, just bouncing it off the baulk cushion. Yeah, he looks calm, cool, and collected, but he'll be feeling it. As Steve said very early on in this session, it's when he gets near the winning line, how will he react? He's always had the comfort of that 3 or 4 frame cushion, but now it's down to 2. He'll start to know what the crucible collie wobbles are all about. But that's an excellent safety. Little tap on the table from Mark Allen. It's nice to see, even in the heat of battle. Good shot needed here. Played it well.
Regardless of what happens in this match, I've got to say, Zhao Yulong's perspective, a brilliant all-rounder at the age of 21. He's got a great future in this game, I'm sure.
Just eyeing this up. Does he try to get back to the baulk end? If he does, he's got to avoid that red that's near the left-hand side cushion. Or is he just a containing safety? Just a container. But Mark Allen still got the initiative in this vital safety battle. Who's going to get first chance? Another excellent safety shot.
Yeah, it really was. Not sure if Mark Allen can get past that brown. So the red's to the left of the pink. If not, he may be forced to play a containing shot to the top cushion.
But even that has got to be judged right. Just about okay. He's a little bit forward than I think he was intending, but safe enough it appears. "5 hours now. Certainly been enthralling this afternoon."
It looks like no attempt from Yu-Long to get behind a baulk colour on this shot. He's checked to see if there's headaches for Mark Allen in this area. Sometimes it's too risky to try to get back to baulk. Lots of reds as goalkeepers in the way, on the way back.
Left him a tempter here though, hasn't he?
Yeah, but can't get out of the top of the table, I think. He could. Saw the thinner shot. There was a thicker red on. So, realistic chance for Zhao Yu-Long here. Should be able to control the cue ball.
Yeah, it was one of those shots. Mark played it. If he'd hit it any harder, the cue ball would have swung wider, and he may have hit those two reds on the left-hand side of the table. But he's left chances here for Zhao. No.
The tension is ratcheting up here. He wouldn't have missed that earlier on. Certainly not in the first session. Can Mark Allen keep the pressure on him?
Eight. Nine.
Got through that nicely.
16.
Just looking at his body language, you always look at the face of the players and see how he reacts, and there you see he's come too straight, so he needs a deep screw with a bit of right hand side here just to widen the angle. Well, in the end he decided he could play the cannon, maybe be on a red, but is he on the red?
Yeah, he had the worst angle on the black.
24.
Delicate little shot. He's usually very good at these type of shots though. No, he's overdone it. And that's the problem when you're close up to a red. It's very hard to really pick out the angle. So that was first chance, Mark Allen, and he didn't take it.
One.
Good pot. Perfect on the blue. Is this Zhao's big chance to get over the line?
Yeah, can he clear his mind enough to play what is a relatively simple start to this break and get a bit of rhythm going.
Six. Seven.
Hit that nicely.
Yeah, sure.
Just asking for the cue ball to be clean. He'd be playing a run through here and he doesn't want any heavy contact. I mean, he could just screw back a little as we look at Mark Allen now. Will he get back to the table? Depends on this young man.
15.
The bottom red of that little cluster of 4 below the pink will go to the opposite corner to this black. He's still pushing the cue through nicely, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can't sense any tension in the arm.
In potting this next red and then potting the black, he could go into the 3 reds. He'd be on a red into the right corner. That's maybe what he's thinking.
23.
So, screwing into the 3 reds, guaranteed to be on a red into the right corner. It's got to be the way to play this. Once again, it opens up the possibility of a match-winning break.
Turned down that opportunity.
Well, I think that was wrong.
30.
Doesn't mean he's going to go wrong, but why not take the chance to break those 3 reds out there? It wasn't that hard.
No, and particularly once he pots this red, the other 2 reds that are in this vicinity are not that easy to get on. He doesn't want to leave himself hampered, and he has. Can he just cue past the red?
He's made this so much harder than it could have been. He still might get over the line, though. Not impossible to clear those 3 reds on the right of the cushion.
$38. $39.
Wrong side of the blue. So he can't get close to his next intended red. Mark Allen may be seeing a little bit of hope here. Play for the middle one of the 3.
44.
And he's on it.
Lost the cue ball. Now a tough cut. And what does he do now? Does he play the cut and try and open the reds? Does he play the pink into the middle pocket and open the reds? To play the black He's going to need the extension, if not the rest. This makes the shot even harder with side spin. Very missable.
I suppose he thinks if he plays the black slowly, if it doesn't go in, it'll rattle the jaws and not leave Mark anything. But as you say, missable. Oh, and he's missed it by a long way. By a long way, in fact.
45.
Missed it by that much, he's not left anything. But in all honesty, Mark Allen will just be glad to be able to come back to the table.
Well, try not to labour the point too much, but when he refused to go into those 3 reds from an easy black, if he goes on to lose this match, that's where it went wrong.
Now, as he left Mark Allen a path back to the balk end, I think he has. Mark's just having a look where he needs to leave the cue ball. He can't afford to leave either of those 2 reds on the right-hand side of the table. Got to get a good cue ball here. Got to cover the reds and find the balk cushion. He's found the balk cushion. As he covered the reds, he's covered the main one.
Yulong can hit the red next to the pink. Seems to be the shot back down into balk, but he doesn't want to leave that tempter of a red nearest the black. So it seems like he's playing a containing shot, perhaps trying to put the cue ball in the jaws near the black. Gets the red off the side cushion. Mark won't be too disappointed with that. Advantage Mark Allen in the safety department at the very least.
Yeah, possible red to left middle, but he can't play it because he's hampered by the black. Once again, needs a good cue ball. Good line. Good length. He's trying to push the red past the blue and get the snooker on the blue. It's a risky shot to play, but he's got it! He's got it!
Wow. That was a very dangerous shot to play, trusting that the table wasn't going to roll off on a finger mark. But he's got the reward. On occasions, the cue ball rolls off, and you let your opponent in with an easy red. You look like a fool because of it. Now this is tough for Mark Allen. How does he get this safe? He's looking at coming off the side cushion. He's got 2 reds that if he attacked them at the right angle, he could possibly get back down on the table off both of them. Whichever one he hits. Excellent shot. Best he could have hoped for.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
And the red that may have been available to the right corner is covered by the blue. Now, does the red that's just below the pink pass the black? May well do, but he doesn't feel as though he can get the cue ball back to balk by playing that. So this frame very much in the balance now. once again, another excellent safety shot. Excellent. Mark Allen stepping to one side, let the referee, Rob Spencer, have a look.
Important from Mark Allen's perspective, he can get to this red. Doesn't look like it.
He can get to the red on the right-hand side, but can't do a lot with it. It's going to be struck perfectly, this, to avoid a kiss on the second red. And it was. And it was.
Really great shot from Mark Allen.
If you were being picky, you'd say it needed to run to the baulk cushion. And that red just above the pink spot, I think, is available.
He couldn't afford to hit it too much harder. The red was
No.
going towards the corner. There's been some great safety from both players here. That red may pass the black, but that's too risky, surely. Or can he play it as a shot to nothing? That's what he's trying, I think. Excellent shot.
Right in the heart of the pocket. One. Not great on the colour, though.
Well, it was important there to keep the cue ball safe as well. He maybe couldn't have risked playing position as well, but he could have hoped perhaps for a baulk colour into a middle pocket, but the roll up behind the green could cause Mark Allen some problems. Big problems. He's under it here.
One.
Yeah, he's made one escape when he was snookered behind the blue. This one, even more difficult.
He needs to find the right line first time round. He can't afford to leave one of these reds into the middle pocket.
He's playing the two-cushion escape with pace. Oh, no, he's not. He's trying to nestle up on the red. Good line.
The line was important.
Good length. Good shot.
Mark Allen doing his job well. Still asking the question of Zhao Yulong.
Pointing to a spot that you can use the yellow as a blocker, but not certain he can do that. If he's going up there, he's got to be careful he doesn't catch the bump of the middle pocket here or knock a red out into the open.
Yeah, good shot putting a red safe.
But not a good safety.
Concentrating on getting the red safe, I think he was there. Good plan anyway.
Needs a good cue ball, needs to miss the brown. He hasn't missed the brown. Has he left this red? Can he get past the pink? No, he can't. That is a result for Mark Allen.
As they stand, every chance these 3-4 reds are going to go to this right-hand side cushion. This will very much push another one to the side cushion, but he doesn't feel as if he can see enough of it, so little thin snick doesn't think the double kiss is on. And it wasn't. That little flick on the blue may have helped. Maybe not.
Yeah, you can get through to the top red. Now, the thing is, I think there's a bit of the pocket available. The problem is, if it doesn't go in, if you hit it too thin, it could come off, hit the black and stay there. Well, I don't know whether he played the pot or not. Whatever, it's turned out to be a decent safety. And a little tap on the table from Zhao, so
Yeah, it's better than decent.
Played in good spirits.
Some brilliant safety play here. Now what does he do? He may be able to play half ball off the side red. He may be able to get the cue ball back down into balk area, but doesn't really know where the white ball is going to be going. Playing the containing swerve. No.
Foul and a miss.
Not necessarily any damage
Mark on.
done though. Don't think this red goes past the black.
Yeah.
So Zhao will have another try at trying to catch this red half ball on the left-hand side. Should be able to make the adjustment. But of course, he can't miss it 3 times. He can see a red. Amazingly, that happened in the match with Stuart Bingham and Graham Dott. Stuart Bingham sacrificed a frame with the 3 miss rule.
Mark. Thank you, Paul.
If the black was a bit closer to the corner pocket, you may even think about playing a pot and it could go in off the black, but it's too wide for that. So back to the swerve. This will be his last chance if he doesn't hit it this time. He has hit it, but he's hit it the wrong side. Oh, he's knocked them both on. Can you believe it?
Massive mistake.
Settle down now,
Overcompensated.
please.
And a chance at the very least for Mark Allen to get back in this frame. Just that one red on the side cushion, obviously.
1. Eight. 9.
Well, he's sat there, but he must be feeling it now. As Steve said, it's that awkward red. Now the thing is, he could maybe try and disturb it here, but if he does, he's going to have to play
60.
this red with pace, which makes it missable. But he potted it
70.
clean, but missed the cannon. And he's on nothing. I think that shake of the head tells us that he's not on the yellow. Just 1 point behind.
Mark Allen, 70.
Yeah, he was a little bit heavy-handed there. He just wanted to nestle to the green and leave it off very awkward cueing, but such is the tension out there. Wasn't easy to do.
It's not a bad shot though, because it's quite a tricky safety shot from this position. May be able to stun it in, avoid kissing other balls. That was the shot he could have possibly have played earlier. Excellent safety. Yes, John, that would have been a bit harder had he kept that green closer to the cue ball. Got to be careful here, Mark. Good shot, I think. He'll be delighted with that.
That blue has come to his rescue now on a couple of occasions. But the main object of that, he wasn't too concerned about getting the cue ball near the baulk cushion. He didn't want to leave the red on. And he hasn't. Easy to hit, but can you get it safe?
Yeah, I bet Zhao Yulong didn't think it was going to be this difficult to get over the line from 9-2. Excellent shot. Cue ball and pink have released just enough that Mark Allen could play a swerve.
I've had a quick look, Mark, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, slight swerve. Suppose you feel you got more control over where the cue ball's going to go, but he's playing the one cushion escape. Needs to hit it full. Oh, he could just get to a thin edge. Well, he'll settle for that. Did it without a swerve.
There is a possibility that Zhao Yulong could play behind the black here off the cue ball. The angle looked perfect to get behind the black, and he's just checked there. That's what he's playing. Full in the face on the green, half ball red, behind the black off 2 cushions, maybe 3.
Over half an hour now, this frame, and the only long frames in this match were the first 2, which Zhao Yulong won. The average frame time, 18.5 minutes. But what a massive frame this is. Both players have given their all here, played some great safety. Who's going to be the first one to make a mistake? Or will it take a mistake? Or just a great shot, great pot?
That was better than it looked. Brilliant shot. Mark Allen showing all the qualities of a champion against a young player who's playing great match play snooker at the Crucible at the age of 21. What a matchup. Full in the face on the red. A possibility, if he can get to it.
Yeah, I think that's the question. Can he get to hit the red full in the face? If he can't, this isn't as easy as he would like to get safe. No, he couldn't play the shot that Steve had in mind, but he's played a good shot anyway. Certainly knows his way around the table, the young man. There you see Mark Allen, the snooker, looking to come off the side cushion and get a fullish contact on the red to knock it to the baulk cushion.
Yeah, just looking at red ball safety here. Didn't want that line. He's got lucky. Don't think he played that way at all.
No, it's hard to believe that you would play that. It'd be too risky.
Yeah, not what he telegraphed. Yulong's got a chance off the back cushion to get this safe. You'd expect playing it off the back cushion more likely to get safe than not.
But I always think when you get on the last red, whoever's in the snooker becomes second favourite for the frame. But he couldn't have hit that better. He could not have hit that any better than that. Now, there's a couple of ways of playing this. You could play it thin and maybe try and get up behind green and yellow, but there's a chance then you could knock the red towards the right corner. You may get a cover with the pink. Or you could send the red up that end and try and get a cover with pink, blue, yellow, green. I think it's too risky to play it slow and try and get it in behind the black. Well, the side's a side shot, but he's misjudged it and he's left the pot on here. Is it that too thin? This red is cuttable and I don't think the young man will refuse it. 1 point the lead in his favour. Just about on the pink. The pink would put him 9 points in front. He'll still need yellow, green, brown and blue to clinch frame and match.
Maybe a bit thin to play for the yellow in the yellow pocket. Probably can screw it with side spin though, surely. Bit thin that it looks on our screen. Well controlled. It's going to need the rest, I think. Maybe Mark Allen's only hope that he misses this.
Nine.
Well, he's going to have to use the extension. Big moments for this young man now. Green, brown, blue for the victory. And he seems to be holding himself together well.
Yeah, you feel like one good positional shot. He didn't get it with the yellow. He's on the brink.
12.
Mark Allen fears the worst.
16.
Punched it in, round of 2 cushions. This blue for victory. Every credit to Mark Allen, he's made a real fight of this. But in goes the blue and the punch. He knows that's enough. He's on the pink. Just wants to pop the pink to make certain, but 2 snookers required at the moment. Rolls it in as cool as a cucumber, and Mark Allen will give him a warm congratulations, and he deserves it. Great fight back from Mark Allen, did everything he could in the second session. He lost it in the first session, but every credit to Zhao Yulong. What a prospect this young man is. Have a swig, son, you're in the second round. Tremendous performance. He beats Mark Allen by 10 frames to 7.
Wow, and I'm sure that water sure tastes good, and that is a fantastic win for the 21-year-old. He was second match here, guys. He didn't beat Ding Junhui a couple of years ago, but how he had to work and graft for that victory today.
Well, there's one thing there's absolutely no doubt about, and that's his temperament. I mean, he has withstood an absolute bombardment from Mark Allen there this afternoon, and when it came to getting over the line, he showed all the things you want to see, and brilliant he was in that match, and Mark Allen takes a heck of a lot of credit. Both players come out this afternoon in a brilliant session.
And he's knocked out the world number 6, and really what was remarkable was the clear thinking of both men in that last frame, Stephen. We saw some really brave stuff from this young fella, didn't we? Particularly rolling up behind the blue.
Well, I mean, incredible. What nerve this takes to do this at dead weight. I mean, if it gets that wrong, he's staring at 9-8.
Yeah.
Like his composure, he never changed his pace of play the whole match.
And then Mark Allen, the shot he plays there from behind the blue hazel to come and stun it into the cushion and get back is as good as you can do. And then later on, he gets stuck behind the green and he plays this absolutely perfect. I mean, you're talking about one mistake and it is end of match. And just to get the absolute dead weight on this, so some brilliant tactical stuff, really well played.
And you're right, Mark Allen has to take a huge amount of credit because from, 9-2 down, suddenly to come back with 5 in a row and make a proper match of this, he's got to take some credit for it. He'll be bitterly disappointed because he had a proper chance at a run of this year, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be bitterly disappointed in the first session, I think, the first half of this match and how he played. I know Zhao Yulong played very well. But, Mark Allen wasn't obviously the player that we expected to play this week. But I'm delighted for Zhao Yulong because it was like last night. I keep going back to last night. If he'd have lost that match, what a scar that leaves, doesn't it? Because the next time you have a big lead in the match, you think, oh, no, it happened then. Is it going to happen again? So it's great for him to get over the line. OK, well, as we say, great fight back from Mark Allen. It wasn't enough. And I know Rob Walker's managed to catch up with the world number 6 right now.
Mark, thanks for talking to us. After the season you've had, we were expecting a deep run here. And after a very slow start in the match, it looked at some points there as though it had decider written all over it.
Yeah, I gave myself too much work to do. I don't really know where that first session came from because I've prepared really well for the tournament. I've been practicing hard and playing pretty well. So it was a complete shock to the system and it sort of flowed into today's, the first 2 frames of today. 9-2 down, you're not going to win many matches from there, but I give it my all and disappointed I went out with a bad safety. I would have liked my chances if it went 9-8, but look, you can't be losing sessions here at the Crucible 7-2.
It just seemed as though you came together a little bit too late.
That was it, exactly. As I said, just too much work to do at 9-2 down. Now, even if I'd won 2 of those scrappy frames early on in the match, at 8, what was that would have been 7-4. I'd have fancied the job because I started playing reasonably well, but look, yeah, you can't have those sort of sessions in the World Championships if you're going to go on and win the tournament because you need to get the most out of your bad sessions, and I'm not quite doing that here at the minute.
We didn't see you in China, so you wouldn't have arrived here tired. Is there anything that perhaps went wrong in the build-up, or was it just one of those things?
I'll be honest and say that everything went really well leading up to it. Part of the reason I didn't go to China was to try and prepare for this, but it backfired slightly. But I feel like I'd done everything right. It just wasn't meant to be. Yesterday in particular, I felt like my cue action and stuff was fine, but just the balls weren't going where I wanted them to. It's a frustrating game at times, and look, all credit to Zhao Yulong. He's only been here once before, and I felt like he played very well in the middle part of the match as well as me making mistakes. So, yeah, I didn't play my best, but you have to give credit to him too.
Very honest of you and very magnanimous of you, as we've come to expect. Have a good holiday. See you next season. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, dude.
As honest, always fronts up, always honest, Mark Allen, and we wish him well. We'll see him at the start, as Rob says, of next season. But this young man, Zhao Yulong, only 21 years of age. It's only his 2nd time ever at the Crucible. Was beaten by Jing Junwei a couple of years ago, didn't qualify last year. And at times in that match, he looked a bit like Benjamin Button. He looked like he was getting younger and younger and younger, but such maturity, guys, to get over the line.
Brilliant. There was lots of questions of him coming in here, His 2nd time at the Crucible, will he cope with it again? I was looking at his safety plate, fantastic. His temperament is the thing that's his trump card. I mean, he looked unflappable there near the end. Lots of people have been, listen, I've been here and been 12-8 up and got done 13-12. Trust me, it ain't nice when someone's coming back at you. And for him to turn around and do that, what he did today, every credit to him.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear from him. He's with Rob now too.
Zhao, many congratulations. Your first win at the Crucible and against a big, big opponent in Mark Allen. Well done.
Thank you. It's yeah, my 2nd time come to the Crucible. I'm happy today I'm win. When I just 9-2 up there, I think, okay, I just need 1 free. So Mark Allen played so fantastic. No game, no morning chance. I make the 16 and he cleaned I missed the not easy shots and he just cleaned the table. So I feeling the Mark Allen's just when he 9-2 down, so he just enjoying the every free, so every shot, so he's come back. So I feeling the pressure. I'm nervous for next freeze, but I'm so happy I'm exacting and I win this free.
Very well done. We'll see you in the 2nd round. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And Joe will be playing either Lazowski or Carter, and they start their match tonight. Either way, that's going to be a cracking match, isn't it? So, guys, we've lost the world number 1, Ronnie O'Sullivan, the world number 14, Luca Brissell, and today, number 6, Mark Allen. In the list of shocks, how big a surprise is that to you?
No, it is a big surprise. I mean, Mark Allen, you would expect to be one of the contenders here, but having watched the match and having watched today, so I didn't really see last night's because it was another other game, but having watched today, not really, because he played like he's been here for years, that boy.
Okay, and in terms of his progress, potentially, does he have what it takes to put a deep run, to use Rob's phrase, together here?
Absolutely. If you play the right shots and you play it to the high standard that he does, you've got a match for anybody. And, you know, Mark Allen said he wasn't at his best last night. That's true, but take nothing away from him last night. He was absolutely fantastic in that opening session. If he plays like that, he'd get anyone a game.
I tell you what, there's going to be a run on checked suits, because that's the way forward, surely, yeah?
John would look great.
I'll tell you, he just needs the straw boat, and he just looks like a riverboat gambler, and he looks great, that suit.
He looked fantastic today, absolutely. All right, just before we go, and we're off here at 6 o'clock, we want to just catch up with events on the other side of the arena today. And we've got Kyron Wilson, the seeded player, who's up against Scott Donaldson, the Perthshire Potter, making his debut in this year's championship. Now, last we saw, it was Wilson, who, of course, has won 3 times this season. He'd raced to a 3-0 lead, and that became 4-1 after the interval. So let's quickly catch up with frame 6 now, and it's the Kettering Warrior, Kyron Wilson, on a break of 51 here.
Every now and
Kyron
again,
Wilson, 51.
throughout this match so far, he hasn't taken his opportunities. His cue ball just hasn't been good enough.
One.
So an unexpected chance for Scott Donaldson here. And he really needs to make this count. Oh, played the cannon very nicely there. Bit straight on this red.
8.
He's going to have to play this with power. And that makes it very missable. Slightly unfortunate to finish so straight on this red.
I'm just wondering, can he play it with run inside, Peter, and play it almost into the jaws of the pocket to try and get out for this black?
He can, but if he does play it that way, Ken, there is a possibility that he may snooker himself on the black.
Oh, very surprised the way he's played it there. He's left a very tough black.
Needless to say, this is very, very difficult. It's easy to hit these thick.
Well played. Excellent shot. Hit it to the high side of the pocket.
16.
As we've seen, it just slightly falls. And of course, gravity took over. Now, one good pot just to get himself back in prime position. He'd have red. That's better.
70.
Good, solid stroke on the cue ball. Kept his head down, nice and still, and got through it. Oh, already stole the 4th frame on the black. This would be another great steal. Karen Wilson was in, didn't take his opportunity.
22.
Has to sit and wait. Will he get another opportunity? I'd love to be on the pink here and get that back on its own spot. That just helps matters because he's going to need all remaining 6 colours.
29. $31. $34.
This is the crucial shot. Doesn't want to be straight on the blue here. Got to leave himself a nice angle. Well, he played that nicely. Needs a good bounce.
43.
Just a little bit heavier than he would have liked, but he's okay. Not too bad with the rest. Good shot.
49.
On the black for another steal and cut the deficit to just 2 frames for the Scotsman. Well played, excellent clearance.
Scott Donaldson.
56 from Scott Donaldson. And now cuts his arrears to 2, but it's still Karen Wilson who leads by 4 frames to 2.
And the rookie Donaldson has something of momentum now. He's into his stride because we're going to take you live into the arena now. Frame 7, and it's Donaldson with a very healthy lead here. Ken and Peter, what's the situation? I think he's just left a red over the pocket, however. How does that change things, guys?
One. Be quiet with those wrappers and packets, please. Six.
Well, what a very interesting time
8
in this frame, and indeed the match. Scott Donaldson had a chance to snatch it. Unfortunate with the long pot, hit the black and left the red over the bottom corner pocket. Now, Karen Wilson's chance
11
to snatch a frame. And it could possibly be another black ball game here.
$50.
Just wants a nice angle on the pink after potting this blue. Anywhere but straight will do him. And he's okay.
20.
He's going to have to play this black as Scott Donaldson waits to see will he get another opportunity. He's already stole 2 frames on the black in this session. Is it his opponent's turn? Played in behind the black.
26.
Black for a 5-2 lead. It's there. It's there all the way. And a reprieve for Kyron Wilson. Looked like at one stage it was lost, but unfortunately for Scott Donaldson, after missing that last red, stuck it up. And Kyron Wilson duly obliged. He now takes a 5 frames to 2 lead.
Oh, it's a tough school at the Crucible, as Scott Donaldson is finding out, John.
Yeah, that's what the top players do to you, and we always say it when you're here. It's not winning the frames you should win, it's nicking the ones you shouldn't, and that's another example of it there, Kyron, pinching it with the last red and the colours.
You would expect Kyron to have the advantage at this point, but from what you've been able to see, how well settled is Scott Donaldson, given it is his first attempt at a Crucible match?
He looks fairly comfortable in his chair. At the table, you could do with scoring a bit heavier. Yeah, he looks... it's hard to say. He doesn't look entirely at home there at the moment.
Okay, 56 and 41, his best runs so far. But this is the guy that actually saved his best this season to the China Open, which was the most recent event. A run to the semi-final there. And it's, I think, the 5th semi-final of his career, so he's really begun to make strides over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and obviously if you're getting to the stages of the tournaments like that, you're obviously playing some good stuff and beating good players to get there, because the standard overall now is just superb and very difficult to get past. So he's getting closer, he's improving, he's trending upwards, as they say these days, and making a good job of it.
And a real grafter, actually. He puts a lot of work in, this kid. And I know that, well, you'll remember as well when he knocked out Mark Selby at the UK Championship, came into our studio, had a chat with us. We were all cock-a-hoop and everybody was talking about him, lauding him. A bit like James Cahill at the moment, but very level-headed. Didn't want a bar of that. Was quite happy to say, no, I need to think about my next match.
Yeah, absolutely. He is very level-headed. It's interesting because he used to play in the club where I used to play at Spencer's in Stirling when I was back practicing. He used to play in the junior leagues, actually, with my eldest son, Blaine. So I've known him for a very long time, and it's great to see him be at the Crucible. It's a great achievement for him, and hopefully, you know, with the confidence, getting to the semi-final in China, and he can push on more.
Absolutely, but he's up against a man who is, to use your expression, trending upwards at the Crucible. He's at a quarter-final, a semi-final. This guy really is on the up.
Yeah, I think someone was saying to me that he was messing around with his cue action early in the season, didn't do him any good, and then he's gone back to doing what he is. I mean, it's slightly manufactured, you have to say that, the way he goes about it. It's not the most fluent or most natural to look at, but it's bolt straight, and the object of the exercise is to knock the ball in the hole, and that's what he does. He's a good break builder, a good scorer. His match play is excellent, and he's very difficult to play against.
And he's been a little overshadowed, I suspect, because the early part of his season was pretty spectacular. Back-to-back wins, and he's had 3 trophy wins in total, including 2 major world ranking events. The German Masters as well, that's a big title these days, isn't it, Stephen?
Yeah, he changed his technique a little bit for that tournament. He slowed down his cue action a lot. And then after that win, funnily enough, his form dipped. I've seen him in 2 or 3 tournaments, and he was awful, really, to be fair. I see his cue action's gone back to the sort of speed it was in the beginning. So, look, he's a guy that loves the big occasion. He could go deep in this tournament.
He may well indeed. OK, so we are at 5-2 at the moment. This is frame 8. We'll just head there once again to speak to Peter and to Ken. Have you enjoyed this one so far?
Yes, we certainly have, Hazel. It's been a mixed bag, really. But a lot of close frames. I think we've had 4 black ball games already, so quite exciting. 1 century, of course, from Kyron Wilson. But Scott Donaldson has handled himself admirably his first time here, Peter, hasn't he? It's always difficult, as we've said, like for debutants, but he's really handled himself quite well.
Yes, he certainly has. It's been tactical snooker. And for the most part, Kyron Wilson has done an excellent job in keeping him cold. But there were signs in that last frame that Scott Donaldson was beginning to time the ball better and that his confidence was rising. Apologises there, he's been very fortunate to leave Kyron queuing awkwardly over the brown, but if he can, he'll play a thin snick. I'm not sure if he can quite get past the blue here to play that. Well, he may have a shot to nothing here, and he's not that badly hampered by taking this red. And that's a wonderful pot. Just needed the cue ball to pull up just a touch. That was beautifully struck. Both the yellow and the green are very thin.
Yeah, it's one of these shots, isn't it, Peter, that you just concentrate on the pot. You know the cue ball is coming down towards these reds.
It's easy to miss these thick. And that's excellent. Well played. That's a lovely pot. Needs a bit of luck, and he's got it.
3.
I don't think he'll be going into the black and the red here. I think he maybe back up for blue or ball colour.
4.
And once he gets topside the blue, he's okay. And he's played that very well indeed. He's going to need the pink and black. At least one of those colours out in the open if he's going to try and win the frame from this visit.
9.
He's got reds available here, but will he take the opportunity to go into the pink and reds? If he does, he's really got to hit the pink full ball. He's just having a look at the...
OK, it's just about time for us to go in this 8th frame. Not sure whether they're actually going to be able to start the 9th because this evening session will be starting at 7 o'clock and you'll be able to watch live action there, as you will indeed the remaining moments of this session. It's Hawkins 8-1 up on Lee Hang. We've got our first glimpse of Jack Lisowski against Ali Carter. Seema's back with the highlights, 11-15. But a big day when a third-seeded player has left the building. Mark Allen has headed for the exit door. From us all here, bye-bye.
I'll describe it as awesome. That's the only word to describe the World Championship trophy. It's very shiny and it's lovely to hold. Great weight, balance, feel, and it was beautiful to win it. I actually visualised before becoming world champion what it would feel like to actually hold the trophy, and I really got emotionally involved with it, and it was, yeah, it was great, very, very special.
Since the dawn of man, forests have been a lifeline to our known world. As much as 22% of Earth by the Amazon forest.